All right, Mark is back, and then Drew, it might be the only one that we're missing. But I think it's safe to call us back into session here. It's 1:13 p.m. Again, this is the advisory public hearing for the warrant articles of the 2021 Sherborn Town Meeting. We are currently on Article 10, the Capital Improvement Plan. We took article numbers 7 and 6 out of order, and now we're going to proceed in order from number 1. So we have 1A and 1B, which are both fire departments. And although we will discuss and vote on these separately, Chief Ward, if you want to simply present them both at the same time for efficiency, you can feel free to do so.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm glad to be the first act after lunch. So we have 2 items here, 2 capital items. The first being a new fire command vehicle, and just a basic description of that. After 3 years of use with the current vehicle, we found some significant issues, and those issues include the size of the vehicle just for everyday use, and the size of the vehicle when being used as an actual command post at an incident. We also have some issues with inclement weather coverage. For instance, we had a 2-alarm fire incident on McGregor Drive last June. And it was pouring out, and we couldn't use our incident command setup effectively. There's also a fuel mileage issue where the current vehicle gets like 9 to 10 miles per gallon. So what we're proposing to do here is to purchase a new vehicle, an SUV, a lot smaller, a lot more user-friendly, more fuel efficient, basically double the fuel mileage. And the cost for that is $45,000. And we're looking to sell the old vehicle at auction to offset the cost of the new one. And we expect the total cost to the taxpayers at this point to be about $15,000, which we certainly, over the expected life of 10 years, we expect to actually save money on the better fuel mileage. So that's the command vehicle. And then we have an article for some fire hose. So we're looking to replace hose that's about 25 years old or more. It was actually, most of it was donated from the Logan Airport Fire Department, which is Massport to town, when they made a switch several years ago. We have a testing company that comes out annually to test a lot of our equipment. And this testing company tests fire hose all up and down the East Coast. And Sherborn took the trophy away a couple of years ago for having the most hose that failed, that was ever failed by this company. I think we had about 4,000 feet of hose in 1 year. Last year, we had another 1,800 feet. So we're looking to be a little proactive and replace some of these things at their recommendation. And we're just really trying to provide our firefighters with safe and effective equipment to operate at fire incidents that we have. So that's a basic summary of the 2 articles.
Thank you. Any, Eric, you have a select board report on this?
Yep, for both articles, 1A and 1B, on March 18th, the select board voted 4-0-0 to support these articles.
Thank you. Now opening for public comment, Robert Johnson. Robert, if you're talking, you're muted currently.
How much hose of what diameters are we talking about?
Great question, Robert. We're looking at 3,000 feet of 5-inch for 1, 3, and engine 1, or I should say Quint 1, engine 3, engine 4. And then there's some 2.5 thrown on top of that. extremely low on 2.5-inch hose right now, to the point where we don't have any on the racks, and we have trucks that are missing 2.5.
An approximate length of 2.5?
I got to look at the. I have it here. It's 800 feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comments? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments, and I'd like to open to advisory discussion. Any advisory discussion regarding the fire department capital items?
It's very frustrating to hear.
Sorry, did you want to elaborate on that?
Nope. Very frustrating to hear that we bought the former fire chief a fancy new $85,000 command vehicle, I believe. Now we're ditching it. Frustrating.
Thank you.
Completely agree. Chief Ward, you mentioned we actually got donation of hoses. Is there any chance of repeating that?
You know, it's really tough because I think when most municipalities get rid of things now, Wasim, I think it's junk. The other thing I'll say is the hose that we're buying now that we bought with the 2 new trucks that you all, I'm sure, remember pretty well. We're using a new brand and a new model of hose, which actually helps with our friction loss. As you know, with the dry hydrants that we have, sometimes we're laying, thousands of feet of hose. For instance, we had a fire Christmas night on Morse Row where we were 2,800 feet out from a hydrant. So the new stuff that we're using actually is not only we're putting good hose at the fire scene and on the street, but we're actually improving our flow gallons per minute. So there's a secondary benefit to buying new.
Thank you. Jeff Waldron?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow on with what Zach said, is people have to remember that we don't have a hydrant system in town. So it's not unusual that we were the #1 hose failure, because you probably have more hoses than almost any town, because they're basically hooking up to the nearest hydrant. They're not running hose for 5 miles to a pumper truck. So the hoses are the reason why we haven't had to invest in a fire hydrant system in town and a fire water distribution system. So I think it's completely reasonable.
Thank you. I forgot that we were in advisory comment session, but Jeff, you're advisory emeritus, so it's okay.
Sorry.
Mark, did you want to say something? And Mark, you can just, as advisory, you can just talk. You don't have to raise your hands.
Okay, Chief Ward, I was just wondering, how much of the hose are we replacing, like percentage wise?
How much of the hose are we replacing percentage wise? That total that we have, so we have 19,000 feet of hose in the Sherborn Fire Department, which, as Jeff alluded to, is quite a lot. I would say, that's a really good question. I would say a little over a quarter. And you have to remember, we were able to replace about half with the purchase of engine 2 and engine 6, because that was included. So this is really the last of the really old hose that we have.
Okay, so that answers my next question too. Will we be doing any more replacements in future periods, like next year, or to?
No, I don't see any, unless there were very small items. I don't see any for, another big ask like this for 10 years or more.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other advisory comments or questions? All right, hearing none, I'm closing advisory, reopening public comments. Just watching, I'm gonna guess is Susie Tyler.
Yeah, Susan Tyler on the highway. How are you?
Good.
Good. good. Yeah, I just wanted to know, having a fully functioning fire department that also interfere with the or help the insurance rating for all of the residents that live in town. Adequate and for those that don't know, my husband, my son were both lieutenants on the fire department. My daughter was also on the fire department, so I'm fully aware of the equipment that they have. And it just seems to me it's a benefit of everyone in town to support this and give them the proper equipment. Thank you.
Just to elaborate on what she said, she was referring to our ISO rating. And one of the first records when ISO comes to evaluate us, which we're going through right now, actually, they ask for hose testing records. So it's certainly an important investment in that aspect too.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
Thank you.
Frank Hook?
I was just curious for the fire chief, if he's done any analysis, financial analysis to back that claim that getting rid of the current vehicle and bringing on a new vehicle will actually pay for itself in 10 years, and that 10 years is a reasonable lifetime to have for a vehicle of that type. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can go over that briefly, and it's really more basic math, Frank. You know, we took the cost of the vehicle, which is the $45,000, the estimated sale of what the old vehicle will be, which is about 30, and obviously you have 15,000 left over, which obviously the taxpayers would pay for. If you take that 15,000 and divide it over the expected life of 10 years, you know, you come up with, you know, a rough cost of $1,500 a year. And we expect the fuel savings to be $2,000 to $2,300 per year over that time.
If I could just follow up, we did initially buy that vehicle. I don't think it's that old. I don't remember, it's 2 or 3 years old.
It's 16. 2016. Yeah.
Okay. How many miles does it have on it?
It has, I think it's 64,000.
So it's like in half of its life. So, okay. In your math, you didn't include the depreciation on that vehicle. That's kind of what I was also thinking about.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, with that, I'm closing public comments. As I did not specify, and the comments seem to have covered both 1A and 1B, the command vehicle and the hose replacement. I am going to open the voting session. We will have separate voting sessions for each one, but I'm not going to go back to another public comment period for the hose. So can I get a motion from advisory regarding Article 10, number 1A from the fire department, command vehicle in the amount of $45,000?
I move favorable action.
I second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Can I get any advisory discussion regarding the motion?
One item that came up, Steve, was that the resale value of the existing command vehicle be used specifically to offset the cost of the new vehicle, so that the net amount that the town and taxpayers have to fund be represented within the article. We don't know what that market value is yet, but it does have value, and we want to ensure I propose we want to ensure that it's the net amount that's being borrowed or funded for the new.
I believe, Peter, though, and I'm sure you guys on capital budget must have discussed this more, but part of that challenge is probably the timing, right? Because we would need to purchase the new vehicle prior to auctioning the old vehicle. So we would need the full cost of the new vehicle up front, and only later would we offset that, right? So we wouldn't, I think this is one of the reasons why this is probably one of the articles that or items that we're likely to fund with free cash. So ultimately, the full amount is going to come out of free cash, but then the amount that comes back at auction will then go back into free cash to offset. Does that sound correct?
Then I guess my comment would be that the value of the trade-in does not go into the revolving fund.
It goes back to free cash, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So I suppose I think when we craft our motion for town meeting, we could probably put that provision in there to ensure that the money received from auction goes back into the general fund rather than into a revolving fund.
Yes, and then you get netting effect for the.
Yeah, but I think for the purposes of our vote currently in this hearing, we are simply voting favorable action or no action on the full cost of this command vehicle.
Understood.
Any other advisory questions or comments? Paul, I see your hand waving there. So did you have something?
Yeah, we did adopt a bylaw on revolving funds called the DPW Fire and Police Surplus Equipment. That's a bylaw. That may not be something that you can waive in your motion. I'd have to take a look at the text of the bylaw, but I believe that the sale of this equipment is going to go into the revolving fund.
I see. So just categorically, because of the fact that it is a fire department vehicle, it would automatically go in.
I'd have to review it again, but what I'm saying is that requirement is a bylaw. The characteristics of the revolving fund is set by a bylaw, a town meeting vote approved by the Attorney General. So it's not something that's waivable. I'll take a look at it, but
okay,
it may not be waivable.
Well,
okay.
pending Paul's review, then I would suggest that we make mention and publicly and notoriously say that next year fire department's budget would be reduced by that revolving fund amount.
Yeah, or I was gonna say if that happened, we could also buy a lot of the hose with that too and cut the cost of that down, just to minimize the cost one way or the other. So
I think
Again,
we need to clarify here, though, these are two separate revolving funds. It's not the fire department revolving fund. There's a used vehicle revolving fund.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah,
not
I think
part of-
that's what Paul was
right. So I don't know
referring
how
to,
you
right?
would then
Yeah.
reduce it next year.
But I think, but ultimately, I don't believe that should affect our vote here, right? Unless we are suggesting that we alter. I'm certainly not suggesting that we vote no action, and I don't believe that we can suggest that we alter the amount of money that is being approved for the purchase, right? So the mechanics of how all of the money moves from here to there will need to be sorted out, probably based on what the bylaws say. But essentially, we still are voting yes or no on this command vehicle and not making a commitment as to the payment type or arrangement, right? So given that we're just basically doing an up or down vote, I would like to call the vote. So the motion on the table that has been seconded is favorable action for the purchase of the fire department command vehicle in the amount of $45,000. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Kushel,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. Motion passes 9-0. All right, next item, voting session for the Article 10, number 1B, Fire Department hose replacement in the amount of $37,096. Can I get a motion from advisory on this item?
Motion for favorable action to spend $37,096 on fire hoses for the fire department.
Second.
All right, any advisory discussion on the hoses? Hearing none, I'd like to call the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Kushel,
Aye.
and I am an aye as well. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you, Chief Ward. All right, next up, we have Article 10, number 2 for the police department. The item cruisers. There are 2 vehicles, marked cruiser for $55,000, an unmarked cruiser for $44,000, for a total of $99,000. Chief Bento, do you want to present these?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. The police department currently has a fleet of 10 vehicles. And what I'm proposing to do is actually reduce that number to 9 by purchasing 2 new vehicles and then getting rid of 3. The 3 that I propose we get rid of, one is a fully marked cruiser. It's a 2016 Ford Explorer, and it has over 90,000 miles on it now. The other is an unmarked Chevy Impala that has 80,000 miles. It's a 2013. And then the other is an unmarked Ford Taurus. It's a 2010 with over 100,000 miles. So the proposal for the 2 cars would essentially replace those 3, reducing us to 9. And I think based on the past rotations, the remaining part of the fleet would leave us in pretty good shape. We've had some major expenses this year that's actually pushed us over on our maintenance line. We had 3 cruisers that each had repairs that exceeded $1,000 each, and our maintenance line for the whole year for the whole fleet is only $9,000. So it was pretty significant expense. But again, I think advisory has mentioned this to me in the past about the number of cars. So I was hoping to make some folks happy by bringing the number down a bit. And I think it still leaves us in good shape operationally to do what we need to do with nine vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Eric Johnson, you have a select board vote on this? You're muted.
I caught myself. I've been good up until now. Okay. On March 18th, the select board voted 4-0-0 to support this article.
Thank you. Opening public comments. Michael Lesser.
Hi, Michael Lesser, 54 Forest Street. For the police department, I think it's come up before, but I've missed the meeting, so I apologize for that. To what extent is the option or looking into, or this budget would be able to do, whether you look into hybrid police cars? So that would sort of lessen the fuel use over time.
So, Michael, there's been some discussions in some past meetings. I've had conversations with the advisory board and the select board. I've spoken with David Williams, I've spoken with Gino Carlucci, and we've discussed full electric vehicles, not just hybrid vehicles.
Great.
And what I was actually hoping for was to get through fiscal 22 with the traditional gas vehicles. The hybrid cruiser that's out right now has been very expensive, and there's been a fair amount of problems with them right out of the gate. And some of the conversations we've had with, and also the energy committee, there's some discussion about putting charging stations in at the town hall anyway. Right now, that's going to be done. So what I had proposed looking into a carport for the cruisers with solar on the top, and then have some charging stations. And I think down the road that's very feasible. I think it's very realistic that fiscal 23 could see us making the move to electric. And if fiscal 22 is a 2-car year, ideally the following year would be a 1-car year. So that would be ideal, I think, for trying out the electric proposal.
Okay, thank you. It's unfortunate, I guess, if they're not ready yet for good use, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments or questions? Frank Hook?
I just have a question. Is there a town plan for capital equipment such as this for the replacement of items such as cruisers and vehicles and so on? How many miles they should have on looking at the cost benefit of repair versus the cost of buying something new, and what the length of time and usage of vehicles should be?
So Frank, we do have a capital plan. We've also looked over the years at not just mileage on cars, but also hours. And there's an equation that will convert how many miles you do into hours. And certainly the 2010 and the 2013, we've gotten very good life out of those. And even the 2016, that's a fully marked car, so that's going a lot more than these other cars are going. So, to put 100,000 miles on a marked Explorer is about what we've been seeing. We made the move to the Tahoes. Our oldest fleet Tahoe is a 2015, and that's in the neighborhood of 70,000 miles right now. And I believe on the plan, that one was to go another 3 or 4 years. So by switching over to the Tahoe, we got more years and more miles out of them. They're more of a truck chassis driveline, V8 engine that shuts down to 4 cylinders when you're not, going as fast as you need to. And they're more heavy duty. They last longer. And that's what we've seen so far. We have 2 2015s and 1 2018. We've had very good luck with those. And again, I think down the road, a mix of electric and Tahoe, I think could be a good combination for the needs of the department and what we're doing.
And also, just to answer your broader question, Frank, in terms of does the town have a capital plan? And the answer is yes. In a way, we are working on it. I was on capital budget last year. We tasked each of the major department heads to come up with a 5-year capital plan. And so most of the large departments, DPW, fire, police, certainly the schools are doing their own thing, but they have a very long-term capital plan. We just refreshed the on-site insight report for town buildings to serve as a capital plan. The police specifically, I believe that most likely whoever the new permanent chief will be tasked with developing a capital plan as part of one of his initial duties for the police department. But yes, the town does think about capital planning, and a lot of effort goes into it.
I think I realized that the part of the question was that, with that, are these 2 vehicles part of that capital plan? And is now the time to replace those, or is this premature? It sounds like one of the cars especially has kind of a low mileage, with 80,000 miles. And, you know, with the capital plan, was this planned to be replaced, and or is this a special situation, you know, adding a little bit of extra cost to the town budget, you know, to that denominator versus the numerator numbers?
Yeah, Frank, honestly, the way the plan has worked in the past is the cruisers kind of went on a one car, two car cycle. So we would alternate that way. But what's happened is there have actually been times when we've been able to get by with less. So for example, fiscal 21, we bought one car. Fiscal 20, we didn't buy any. And in fiscal 19, we bought one. And then back in fiscal 18, we bought two. So we got off of our rotation because we were able to do it and maintain the fleet that we have. You know, right now, you know, you mentioned the car with 80,000 miles. That one, if I was only going to get rid of two cars, that would be one of the ones to go because it's been more problematic than the other two. But what my proposal is to actually get rid of three and replace with two, because I think that'll save us maintenance money and get rid of cars that really should be replaced. So, you know, that's where I came up with the plan for this year. And I agree, the permanent chief should be tasked with, you know, coming up with the 5-year plan. And, you know, clearly the town has expressed interest in the electric alternative. So I think that'll be on the plan. How it works and, you know, into the operation of the department, I'm not sure, but we'll see. But, you know, I think there's a place for it for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul DeRensis.
I just had an occasion to look at chapter 28 of the bylaws, and I wanted to just revisit an issue we talked about a little while ago. The way the bylaw is written, the money has to go into a revolving account for the sale of a vehicle. I think the Board of Selectmen should take a look at that bylaw because it doesn't provide for trade-in allowances. But as it's written right now, any money that comes has to go into this revolving fund, but it's not a fire department revolving fund. It's a Board of Selectmen revolving fund. So it is under the control, and the spending authority is the Board of Selectmen. Just trying to answer the question that was left over from before. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any additional public comment regarding the police cruisers? All right, seeing none, I am closing public comment and opening advisory comment. Any advisory comments or questions regarding the police cruisers? All right, hearing none, I'm closing advisory comment and reopening public comment. Any additional public comments regarding the police cruisers? Seeing none, I'm closing public comment and opening the voting session. Advisory, can I get a motion relative to Article 10, item number 2, police cruisers in the amount of $99,000?
Motion to move for favorable action for $99,000 for police cruisers.
Second.
Any advisory discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Dhruv Kushal.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you, Chief Bento.
Thank you.
All right, on to item number 3, Lead department is the select board, but this is the town buildings and facilities in the amount of $369,000. I believe Sean Colleen will be presenting.
Mr. Chair, I was going to ask, with my 5 minutes, I'd like to do 3, 4A, 4B, and 4C because it's one quick presentation, and I promise it'll be under 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I forgot that we had discussed bundling. So for the public audience, this will be like the fire department's 1A and 1B. So Director Colleen is going to present all of the town buildings and sort of DPW items at once. I suppose I can handle the comment periods like I did with the fire department. So we'll do comments on all of these items together, but then I will call sequential voting sessions for each item. All right, whenever you're ready, Sean.
Okay, I'd shared. Is it up?
Yes.
So this year we did a kind of a refresh on our on-site insight reports where on-site is a company that comes out, they walk each building and they come up with a capital plan, 20-year capital plan for each and every building that we take care of and manage. So what we did is we combined all that. I went through it quite extensively with capital budget committee. And we highlighted about $450,000 worth of projects to be done. Some are capital, some would normally qualify as operating, but they get grouped together. So, this is the rough grouping of what's expected to take place this fiscal year. We typically do this every year, and just so everyone's aware, we went from several articles being open. We're down to just one capital article being open right now. So we're working off the balance there, and then this will refresh that to continue on with the projects to manage the buildings. The next, last year there was several pieces of equipment we were going to purchase, and then we pulled everything back essentially for a simpler town meeting. There's one piece. This is just a simple picture of what a dingo is. A lot of people ask what it is. It's a funny name. It's a piece of equipment that is utilized in many, many different ways. This is just one picture I was able to find. We used them quite a bit on the ball fields last year. We use them for roadside mowing and a lot around the yard. And then obviously we have 56 miles of road. Most of it's pretty hard to mow. There's trees growing up. We encounter rocks, sticks, stumps, car parts, logs. So that's a similar tractor to what we bought a couple of years ago, but we don't have a mower that fits it real well. The one we had was undersized, and it gets beat up pretty quick, and they're expensive to repair. So sorry about the picture. That's obviously a European road because they're shifting to the left instead of the right.
Obviously.
What's that?
I said obviously.
The last truck we purchased was a 1 ton. It's called a hook lift. Where the advantage of it is it serves as many functions. The body on that truck, which you're looking at right there, that's the chipper box or leaf box. That can drop off. Currently, we use that truck as the chipper. Like I said, picking up leaves. It plows. It has a sander on it. We have a regular dump body that goes on it, which we also put the water and brine tank into at times. Obviously you can't do all those things at once. It's worked out very well for us. That truck is critical because of the amount of things it does. So we're opting to get another chassis and increase the number of bodies that we have to go on it, but 2 chassis, they'll be able to interchange all those bodies in the futures. And we're not increasing because it's going to be replacing another truck that's quite old and beyond its life expectancy. This year, similar to last year, we did another refresh on our roadway management. We have a company that comes in and does an automated assessment. They basically do a video surveillance of all the roads, and then they come up with a long-term plan. It helps us assess which treatments we should put on what roads. We've gone through that quite a bit with capital budget, and it helps us set a good funding source. I mean, a good funding level, because we can't continue to fund at zero. And the last point I'll make, the state Chapter 90 bond bills have been the same since 2012. In other words, they've just been continuously funding 200 million a year for the entire state, Chapter 90. So our allotment hasn't changed since then, but we've lost a third of the purchase power with that same dollar amount since then. So it's obviously not attainable that we can just stay at either zero funding or low funding, because the roads will deteriorate if we just use the state funding. And this shows the type of map we get. We're going to upload that into our GIS system, so that's a layer in our map that anyone can look at. The different colors or different grades on the roads, and then the simple scenario that we use that's in the plan that basically predicts where you're going to be with your road conditions based on your level of funding. Obviously, the red would be not increasing your funding at all, would cause the roads to climb, which is a negative rating. And obviously, the unintended consequence of that is the operating costs on the DPW side to try to maintain roads that are not in good shape. That's it. I'll take questions.
All right. Thank you. Eric, you have the select board report on it?
Yes, at least for Article 3, town buildings, select board voted on April 1st, 400 to support. On the other articles, for ABC, equipment, one-ton truck, roadway management, the select board voted on March 18th, 400 to support.
Thank you. Opening public comments, and again, we'll do a commentary period for all of the items that Director Colleen just presented. So any public comments on any of the items that were just presented? All right, last call for public comments. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comment period. Advisory, any questions or comments for any of those items?
Hey, this is Mark. Sean, just two quick questions on the equipment piece of it. Are we replacing a dingo, or have we rented one in the past, or just something that you guys want to add to the fleet?
Yeah, we're adding, but we have rented one a couple times last year. We had to, and obviously that's pretty expensive. And there's numerous attachments. We were only renting a few.
Got it. And for the mower, that's just the mower attachment, right? It's not the tractor itself.
Correct. Yeah. That again, that's a very similar tractor in that picture that we purchased a few years ago. So it's just the attachment.
And lastly, for what it's worth, the breakdown of that 82 between the dingo and the attachment, do you have any rough estimate of that?
I have a definitive estimate of that. Sorry, after screening my share, I'm trying to find 66,360 is the dingo and the trailer that it comes with. 16,345 for the mower.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from advisory?
Yes, so definitely in support of proactive maintenance, everything, the roads, the equipment, the town buildings. Just one question, there's I think 150K just for reconfiguration in town hall. That's like the biggest item essentially, and it doesn't seem like to be proactive maintenance, but rather just reconfiguration.
No, there's much more to it than that. That was just basically a subcategory of it. The structural work that needs to be done, and there's a fair amount of other work to be done in the downstairs. Sorry, I don't have the proper thing open. But it's definitely not limited to just that reconfiguration. There's some structural work. We overloaded the upstairs when we moved back in, and we've had engineers look at it. There's some pretty significant cracking of the walls upstairs and down below. So there's some work that has to be done, and certainly there's some work that has to be done to relocate some of the weight that's up there.
Any more questions or comments from advisory? Right, hearing none, I am closing the advisory comment period and reopening public comments. Any additional public comments regarding the DPW and town buildings equipment? All right, seeing none, I am closing public comments and opening the voting session. First up is Article 10, number 3, town buildings and facilities in the amount of $369,000. Can I get an advisory motion regarding that item?
I move favorable action on the town buildings funding for capital of $369,000.
Second that.
Any advisory discussion? All right, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brandon Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. Voting session for item 4A, DPW equipment in the amount of $82,704. Can I get a motion from advisory?
I move favorable action.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion regarding 4A, DPW equipment? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal. Dhruv. Did we lose Dhruv? Well, I'll make him an abstain so that we can move on, but I'm an aye. So the motion passes 8-0-1. Moving
Drew's
on to
back.
item 4. Oh,
Sorry.
Dhruv,
Sounds like he has connection issues.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I voted aye, but my. then
oh, okay. All right, I'll go back and revise your vote so that that is a 9-0 vote on item 4A. All right, item 4B, DPW 1-ton truck. Can I get a motion from advisory?
I move a favorable action on the DPW 1-ton truck for $109,719.
Second.
All right, can I get any advisory discussion on item 4B? All right, hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy, Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye. Aye, can you hear me?
I'm also an, yeah, gotcha. And I'm also an aye, 9-0. Motion passes. All right, on to item 4C, DPW roadway management in the amount of $457,451. Can I get a motion from advisory?
I move favorable action on the DPW roadway management capital request of $457,451.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any advisory discussion regarding item 4C? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy, Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brandon Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Dhruv Kajal.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. All right, moving on to Article 10, Number 5 for the Select Board and DPW, Pine Hill Access Road and Campus Improvements, in the amount of $1,611,735. Sean Clean, are you presenting this one as well?
Yeah. Sorry, I gotta move something on my screen. There we go. So this project we talked about for a long time, actually more than a decade. This year we were asked by the select board to take a look at it again, and the school as well, at the old plans, and look at what it was going to take to finalize the project. As everyone knows, it's just a dirt road right now in the woods. And that was the only improvement we made. The school's been holding off on projects up in the parking lot. It's needed to be resurfaced for a while now. So we finalized the plans. They don't lay out that well on a screen share. This would be a lot better in person. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is a layout in front of the school. There's really not much work in front of the school. That's mostly painted lines and actually redoing the handicap spaces to make them legal ADA spaces. There is shown, this is what we're referring to when we say campus improvements. In gray, if it's showing up on your screens well enough in the background, you can see the current bus loop that's there that we're almost not utilizing now. In case anyone doesn't know, and you wouldn't know unless you drive through town at exactly 1:45, 2 o'clock. The traffic now that school's back in, but a lot of people aren't taking the bus backs all the way up to Rose's parking lot and sits still in that turning lane and into Pine Hill Lane, parents waiting to pick up. Because of that, they had to start using the access road for the buses to exit because they can't make it back down the hill with 2 lanes of traffic and parked cars. So it's created a very unsafe situation every day, morning and afternoon. And I cringe every time I see that traffic because I know there's no chance we're getting a fire truck up that road if people have to get out of there. There's an increase of spaces also, as it's mentioned here, from 73 to 82 just in the parking lot. And then the road itself will have parallel spaces on the way out, an additional 37 spaces. And now my screen's locked up. Oop. There's an overview of the entire project. Road in, the school, road out. It's going to flow much better. And just some screenshots. Addie Mae was helpful enough. She sits in that line actually every day, so she's seen it firsthand. Couple shots of the cars parked out on Elliott Street. Trucks trying to make it by them. Trucks coming, the delivery trucks trying to come out while there's parked cars and queued cars. A bus trying to make it in when the cars are already parked. And similar situation. This was actually pre-pandemic. Sorry, there's several fires going on at the moment. So.
Frequency 1, tone.
That's what I have for that presentation. As I mentioned before, the selectmen voted, not to jump on Eric's part, but they voted and asked that we put the project out to bid. At the time, there was just enough time to do that. So that was advertised the other day, and the plans will be online, and the bids will come back, and we'll have time to assess the bids and analyze them before town meeting.
All right, is that it, Sean?
Yeah, I'm sure there's many questions.
I don't think there will be any questions.
Excellent.
Eric, you have a select board report?
Yep, it was on March 18th that the board voted 400 to support this article.
Thank you. I'd like to open up public comments. First up, Marion Neutra.
The planning board considered this at the April 6th meeting and also supports it unanimously.
Thank you, Marion. All right. Any other public comments or questions? All right. I think George popped up first. So George Morrow.
Yes, thanks. I've been advocating for this for a few years now. Just even pre-pandemic, it was a mess up there. My kids got stranded up there twice when there was an accident at the bottom of the hill. And I can't imagine what it's like this year. My kids are in middle school now, so thank God I don't have to deal with it. But like I said, even pre-pandemic, it was a dangerous situation. And we can't wait any longer until something actually drastic does happen to some of the kids. And it also is the town's emergency shelter. So we really, this is a critical thing that we should have had done a long time ago. And on top of that, I know there's been an earmark at the state. So by having the bids done, we can actually go forward with David Linsky and hopefully secure some state funds to help pay for this project, which, like I said, have been earmarked in the past and should hopefully be available once we move forward with this project.
Thank you. Paul DeRentis.
Yes, I had asked for the project to go out to bid because we need actual numbers. And the numbers may be higher, they may be lower, hopefully lower, but they might be higher. And it also sets the stage for obtaining the state earmark if we had actual numbers. But I wanted to give you a warning that whatever number you use now may not be the number that we'd be looking for in your motion at town meeting. That motion at town meeting is going to be based on the results of coming back, the bids coming back, and what we actually see the market conditions to be.
Okay, thank you. Frank Hook.
Thank you. When I was on the school committee, we looked at this as well, and we brought this topic forward, and George hit some of the points that I was going to mention as well, with Pine Hill being our only emergency shelter in town, and you know the concerns of being able to get large vehicles in and out, especially in terms of you know any kind of a danger or safety situation, you know, active shooters and you know all the potential issues that could happen. And though I would say against this project, I hate to see, you know, something of this magnitude at this time with all the other things that we're spending money on in town. But on the positive side, I would say that of a time to do it with the interest rates being so low, might be the better of the town. So I like advisory to kind of consider those aspects of the cost of things that we have going on in town right now versus the savings because of the low interest rates.
Thank you. Eric Johnson.
Just a point of information that it is a good idea. I support Paul's recommendation to go out to bid. But right now, all road projects are coming in high, just so you know. So we expect the price to be higher than this. I do support this project and the board supports this project, but the Transportation Improvement Program by Mass DOT and the various planning organizations is vastly under budgeted because gravel borough and hot mix asphalt is going through the roof right now. I don't know if that's COVID related or what it is, but just to give you as a point of information, a little bit of a warning that you can probably expect this to be maybe as much as like 10% above the estimate.
Thank you. Zach Ward.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate something that Sean brought up. You know, just from a risk management perspective for the entire community. You know, you look at Pine Hill School, it's our most populated building in town, and houses, you know, the children in town, you know, every weekday. And from a safety perspective, it's really important that I think this project go through. It's a real concern of mine that a fire truck or an ambulance won't be able to get up there someday if there, God forbid, is a significant incident. So I'm just from a fire department and emergency management perspective, you know, we really support this project and hope that the town will support it as well.
Thank you. Any additional public comments or questions? Oh, I think Lanny Rubin, I see your hand raised.
Well, I'm just curious, this is going to be quite a flood of traffic going on to Elliott Street a couple times a day. And that's near about the most dangerous intersection in town of Elliott and Lake. Exactly who's going to be managing it? Is there a plan to manage that influx of traffic from the side onto a road that already has people who are pretty well wound up to get through town as fast as possible?
I don't know, Sean, I don't know if you can address that. I want to say that the plan would be to have a police detail there during those high traffic times, which is similar to what happens now. But again, I am not privy to the strategy, but I don't know, Sean, if you can speak to that.
Is the police chief still on?
I do see David Bento. Yeah.
I think he's off, and we lost a couple other members because they're. I know former Chief McPherson and Deputy Chief Douse were both going to be here, but they're at two different fires right now. The intent that I understand from the police department is that they're still going to continue the traffic detail that they do now. Currently, they do it. They start out. It's difficult right now because they start out at the lights with the traffic that's sitting still, and then they have to hustle around the corner to Elliott to get the buses out of the road, because that's not actually marked as a school zone right now. So there isn't even an enforceable 20-mile-an-hour school zone at the end of the road. That's obviously going to be addressed, and it is addressed in this plan. There will be lighted school zone signs at the proper distances to the road. And I would say the town needs to continue to make modifications to that road to slow that traffic down. It's not doing any residents in Sherborn any good to have traffic going 45 miles an hour through Lake and Elliott or even by that road. So I can assure you I'll be working with the planning board to continue traffic mitigation efforts in that area.
Thank you. Any additional public comments or questions? Last call for public comments. All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comment period. First off, I do want to note that what is on the table is to borrow for the full amount of this project, which again, as Paul Duretz has noted, I mean, we know it's going to be different because these are not the official bids, and based on what Eric Johnson said, we're expecting it to be higher. But the expectation should be that the town will be borrowing the full amount and servicing the debt on the full amount. That said, there has been discussion of other possible funding sources, including a state earmark. I I do have questions about that. I guess I would like to know from Paul or anybody who does know, what is the amount of the earmark, and do we have any sense of the likelihood that we would get some funding and the timing of that relative to this project? And if you don't know or can't say, you're welcome to just say that you don't know. But I'm just curious.
Stephen, this is David.
Yeah.
As you know, like Sean mentioned, it's been a decade of this project sitting around waiting, not sitting around, but waiting to be done. It's been developing. So it has been introduced and attached to a transportation bond bill. So that's what's sitting in the executive office. And it can be included in the transportation bond bill. I believe it's 1.3 million. Once they have the full plan to be able to approve. But at that point, given the last year with COVID and what Paul said about the, or Eric said about the amount of higher costs, then you're competing for that money in the transportation bond bill. That competition has gone up a lot higher. So when you present a project there, you need to convince other people for the rest of the state to be able to pay for some of that project. So you kind of have to make it look like it's benefiting the full traffic flow and that kind of thing, so that you can get it to rise to the top instead of just being a single community, benefiting a single community. So it's been approved 10 years ago, and it's been re-upped and approved again to be considered for the bond bill. But I don't know, Paul might have a better percentage of success rate on it. But again, I'm usually pretty conservative about taking the money to the bank, and especially given the difficulties over the past year.
Thanks. Yeah, Paul, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, back when the earmark was first enacted, we were asked why should this money be approved. And there actually is a very compelling case. So the case we made many years ago still exists today. And that's the combination of both education and public safety. That is, schools have a favored place in the hierarchy of priorities. This is a school project. It's not really just a road improvement project. It's not just a traffic issue. It's fundamentally related to education, and it's fundamentally related to public safety. And as schools have faced challenges in the years since this first earmark was enacted, we have seen all kinds of security issues and active shooter situation and so on that makes these kinds of improvements much more higher priority on the state's part than even it used to be when it got enacted. So based on those combination of things, I think the town has a more than reasonable chance of getting these funds if they do it correctly. So the idea to unlock these funds was to do the bidding and come in with a real project that had real dollars associated with it. They're not going to release funds on a paper project with something that could be done later. It has to be, to use that phrase, shovel ready. It's got to be a real project. It's got to have immediate benefit. And the argument to be made the argument that was discussed back then was, yes, indeed, it's an elementary school. There are kids involved. It's their safety. That's a compelling argument.
Great. And again, that's good to hear, but just to reiterate, the article for advisory and town meeting is for the full cost of this project. So we are currently in the advisory comment period. Any additional questions or comments from advisory?
I have a follow-up question on what Paul just said. What is necessary to make this a shovel-ready project? Is it just getting the bids, or are there other things as well?
This will be technically shovel ready as soon as the bids come back. I mean, it's shovel ready now pending the bids coming back. There's no other approvals on the construction side.
But what about timing, Sean? Can we do this during the school year? Does it have to be done during the summer? What's the story as far as timing of it?
The current big documents that are going out is going to, it's going to have a construction date due by the, Addie might remember, I think it's the 1st of September. It has to be done before school goes back.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Just if I could further answer.
Yes, go ahead.
So legally, there's 2 steps that have to be done to get the money. First is a thing called an appropriation, which is sort of an authorization. We have the authorization. What we need now is a second piece. The chief executive officer of the Commonwealth has to actually go borrow the money. And that second piece is something that isn't done individually for an individual project. The state's probably not going to go out to bid for a $1.3 million project. It will bundle it with others so that there will be a group of projects that'll be of substantial amount of money. So when they are doing that larger borrowing, the idea is to include the town of Sherborn earmark in that list. That's the critical step. If we get included on that list, the money gets borrowed, the money's available to us. If we don't get on that list, the authorization that we have doesn't get funded, we don't get the money.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments from advisory? All right, hearing none, I'm reopening public comments. Any additional public comments regarding the Pine Hill Access Road? Right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments, opening the voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to Article 10, Number 5, Pine Hill Access Road and Campus Improvements in the amount of $1,611,735.
I move favorable action on item number 10.5, $1.611735 million for the Pine Hill Access Road and Campus Improvements to be funded via bonding.
Second.
Double second. I've got a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili. Natalie Weir.
Aye.
Mark Albers.
Aye.
Drew Kushel.
Aye.
I'm aye as well. Motion passes 9-0. All right, and that
Thanks, guys.
closes. Yep. Closes Article 10, Capital Improvement Plan. And now on to Article 11, Use of Free Cash. To see if the town will vote to appropriate from free cash a sum of money, and if so, what sum, to meet the appropriations for the ensuing fiscal year, and authorize the assessors to use said sum in fixing the tax rate or take any other action relative thereto. This is the Select Board for the Advisory Committee. I don't believe that there is any proposed use of free cash, but I ask Deb Seifring and or Heidi Doyle to confirm.
I confirm, not that I know of.
Okay. So I believe the current proposal is not to use any free cash outside of the other appropriations that are outlined elsewhere in this warrant. I'm opening public comments. Right, seeing none, last call for public comments. Closing public comments, opening advisory comments. All right. Hearing none, I'm closing advisory comments and reopening public comments. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening the voting session. I believe our vote should probably be no action on this, but I am calling for a motion from advisory relative to Article 11, use of free cash.
I move no action on this.
I second the motion for no action on Article 11.
All right. Motion for no action seconded. Any advisory discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Oh, sorry.
Yes. Am I remembering correctly that in years past we have applied some free cash to the to offset the tax rate essentially? I'm curious if you can tell us just a little bit more about why we're not doing that this time.
I believe the primary reason, one of the primary reasons, is because I think that in the Standard & Poor's report on the town, that was one of the things that they flagged as a practice that they would prefer to see us not do so much in the future, which is to use free cash to lower the tax rate. But I guess I'll open that up to the rest of advisory for commentary, because I think several of us have looked into this. But if anybody else from advisory has any further comments about that.
I'll chime in. What happens is you dig an operational hole by offsetting some of those taxes with free cash, so that the delta next year is that hole that you subsidize plus inflation. So you fall behind inflation each year with the use of free cash to minimize operational costs.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Again, the motion on the table is no action. Any further discussion regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, I am calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
Mark Albers.
Aye.
Drew Kushel.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. Moving on to Article 12, adopt law allowing assessor to collect tax data until 6:30, I should say June 30th, to see if the town will vote to accept the provisions of Section 40 of Chapter 653 of the Acts of 1989, an act establishing the Budget Control and Reform Act of 1989, amending MGL Chapter 59, Section 2A, such that any buildings and other things erected on or affixed to land shall be deemed as part of such real property during the period beginning on January 2nd and ending on June 30th of the fiscal year preceding that to which the tax relates. Select Board for the Board of Assessors. I believe Wendy Alassi, are you here to present this?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Wendy Alassi, Director of Assessing. Does anybody have any questions in regards to the article?
I guess, do you have just a very brief explanation in lay terms of what this article does?
Yes, so I have the assessment on new construction and improvements the community to accept the provisions to assess new buildings and structures and physical improvements. And as a result, the new construction or improvement built on a parcel during the first 6 months of the year will now be reflected in the assessed valuation of the parcel 1 fiscal year earlier. The legislation will reduce the delay that occurs between the construction and taxation of new buildings and other improvements to real estate. And essentially what that means, and I'll use Southfield, for example, any of the units that were completed or that were built after the 1st of January, between January 1 and the end of June, we would have to wait an entire year to put that on the tax rolls. So what this will allow me to do is to collect data until the 30th of June and include it in the fiscal 22 tax base. And in addition, it will allow me to do supplemental bills. So if a unit is complete on March 1st, I can tax them at a per diem rate from March 1st to June 30th. So you would take the sale price of the unit, multiply it by the current tax rate, divide it by 365, and then multiply it by the number of days they were in the unit. And they'll also receive a supplemental bill. And then on July 1, they will receive a bill for that property, for the property that they're currently living in. Yep.
Thank you. Eric Johnson, you have a select board vote on this?
Yes, I do. The select board voted on March 18th, 4-0-0 to support this article.
Thank you. Now opening public comment period. Any public questions or comments regarding Article 12? Last call for public comments. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening to advisory comments. Advisory, any comments or questions? Right. Hearing none, I'm closing advisory comments and reopening public comments. Any additional public comments? Right. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening the voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to Article 12, adopting the law to allow the assessor to collect tax data until June 30th?
Favorable action to allow the tax collector to obtain data from June 30th.
Until June 30th, yes.
Until June 30th, yeah.
Allow the assessor. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry.
My
Yes,
apologies.
No apologies. I just wanted to, I just wanted it to be accurate. That's all.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion regarding the motion? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy. Steve? Oh, is Steve gone? All right, we'll skip Steve. Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brandon Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Koshal.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. So motion passes 8-0-1. All right, on to Article 13. Amend the general bylaws, Chapter 5, registration and license requirements for dogs. I'm gonna choose not to read this, and I'll just let the town clerk explain what it does. So Jackie, if you're here, if you want to just explain
Yes.
this article to us.
Yes, so right now the bylaw requires residents to license their dogs by the end of February, which depending on the calendar year can be as early as February 26th. So this basically the bylaw that I'm asking to be, I'm asking it to be changed so that the last day for residents to license their dog would be March 1st. And that if March 1st falls on a Saturday or Sunday, it would be the last day to license your dog would be Monday. So it's basically just a clarity as far as I'm concerned. And it also, it moves the date out by one day.
Great. Eric Johnson, you've got a select board report on it?
There we go. There's a mute button. Yes, the select board, I think this was on the 4th. Yes, the select board met on March 4th and voted 4-0-0 to support this article.
Thank you. Opening public comment period for Article 13, dog licensing requirements. Last call for public comments. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comments. Advisory, any comments or questions? Right, hearing none, closing advisory comments and reopening public comments. Any additional public comments regarding the dog licensing law? Hearing none, I am closing public comments and opening the voting session. Can I get a motion from, ooh, Marion, you're sharing your screen. All right, can I get a motion from advisory regarding Article 13?
I move favorable action on Article 13.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion? Hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Koshal.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. All right, next up we have Article 14, amendment to frontage requirement for open space subdivisions. Again, I'm not going to read all of this text, but this is for the planning board, and I believe Mary Neutra is very ready to present this.
Yes, thank you, Steve. First, actually, I have to call the planning board meeting to order. There are 3 of us here, and that's a quorum. So the planning board meeting is officially in order. Okay, now you can start your 5-minute clock.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, the planning board is proposing a modification of one section of the open space subdivision bylaw that was adopted at town meeting last August. You'll recall that according to state law, any parcel of land that's big enough to subdivide into 2 or more lots can be developed as a subdivision. The bylaw favors open space subdivision design with 60% of the land conserved as open space, and a conventional subdivision is still possible by special permit if it's environmentally better. So the intent is to allow the town to choose the better option in each case. And there was concern at the time that with house lots confined to 40% of the parcel, the houses could be closer together and this could spoil the scenic view from the road. So we included a provision in the bylaw that you can see here highlighted in yellow, that any lot on the existing road in open space subdivision must have the full frontage requirement of the zoning district. And this made sense with large properties, but as we tested the bylaw on smaller parcels, we found an unintended consequence. And I'll show it to you here in this hypothetical parcel that illustrates the problem. This is typical of many parcels around town that could be small subdivisions in the future. A 7-acre lot with an existing house, enough frontage for one house lot. There's undisturbed forest, usually wetlands in the back. They may abut a trail. And in this 2-acre zoning district, one could make a subdivision with 3 house lots. And by state law, this could be done with a conventional subdivision design like the hypothetical one you see here, because conventional subdivision only requires enough frontage to build a new road. So the lot frontage is created on the new subdivision road, and any leftover frontage on the existing road is irrelevant. Now, an open space design might make more sense here, but because of the large frontage requirement in our bylaw, it's impossible. And that runs counter to the intent of the bylaw. So what we're proposing here, let me see if I can slide that down to the next, there we go, is a revision in the warrant article that eliminates the frontage requirement on the existing road so that we can evaluate designs on a level playing field. In this case, the preserved open space, if it were an open space subdivision, could be shared by residents, and you know the other advantages. But the issue is to preserve the view from the scenic road. And there are some controls already in the bylaw. First, there's a 100-foot setback that sets the houses back farther. That's farther than normal. And of course, no more houses would be allowed than would be in a conventional design. And this warrant article, Article 14, adds 2 more provisions. Subdivision house driveways can only be off of internal subdivision roads. That means you can't have a lot of driveways coming to the existing road. And we think that's a good change. And also, to protect the scenic view, we proposed a 50-foot deep vegetated buffer all along the front of the road. It would have to be planted if it's not already there. Now here, I must say that at a recent advisory board meeting, there was concern that this vegetated buffer requirement, 50 feet deep, is too rigid. For example, what if the front of the lot is a beautiful pond or a meadow and the houses are further back? Do we still want to have that requirement? So today we're proposing an amendment to the warrant article that we hope advisory will approve. It addresses that concern by requiring screening only of the houses and only where appropriate. For example, here we require screening of this house or another house on the other lot, but not of the entire front of the parcel. So in the last panel, you can see the language. On the top, here's the language in the warrant article with no requirement for lot frontage to solve that problem, access only to the internal subdivision road, and the minimum 50-foot deep vegetated buffer zone in the right of way in the within the setback area, we would like to amend. So I want to show you our suggested amendment of this second paragraph. And that's what you see down here. What we're proposing is that open space subdivision lots that have frontage on an existing public road must maintain a wooded or appropriately vegetated buffer zone between the road, basically the right of way, and the subdivision buildings of sufficient length and depth to visually screen the buildings on that lot and preserve the scenic quality of the road. And we think that this gives us a lot more flexibility in fulfilling the spirit of the bylaw. It's important to note that there's nothing in this bylaw or the revision or the amendment that will enable more subdivision development in Sherborn. It only puts open space and conventional subdivision design on equal footing, and it will allow the developer to propose and the planning board to approve the subdivision design that's best for the town. Thank you. Dropped off the screen.
Thank you. And I have a procedural question, which I'm hoping the town administrator or one of the select board members can answer. This amendment, can the warrant be amendment? Can it be amended today, or does this have to be an amendment on the floor of town meeting?
Well, it would be, you would do it on the floor of town meeting at this point.
Okay.
Since you have a signed warrant already in place.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what we assumed, and we're hoping that the amendment could be presented as part of the advisory board presentation of the article. Would simplify things at town meeting if you approve of the amendment.
Yes,
Paul.
Steve.
Yep, go ahead.
I was going to suggest that's a commonly done step that Marion just mentioned. That is, if you like this amendment, and I happen to like it, I think it's an improvement. And so from a technical point of view, I'd recommend favorable action on the amendment. If you approve this amendment, you can include it in your motion, and therefore you can include a discussion of it in your report to the town. That has the courtesy to the planning board of saving them a lot of energy at town meeting, explaining what this is, and then having to have either handouts or a screen with all these words. It's going to prolong town meeting. We're trying to have a simple town meeting with the pandemic still underway. So I would urge you to consider the amendment as in addition to and as an add-on to your consideration of the article. And if agreeable, then discuss it in your report to the town and include it in your motion at town meeting.
Okay, so just to be clear then, if we do that, discuss it in the report and include it in the motion, then no additional amendment would be necessary on the floor of town meeting. Is that right?
Yes, again, we want a simpler town meeting. And why complicate it with all these technicalities, particularly with zoning articles? That tends to be very time consuming.
Yes, thank you, Paul. And I just want to ask then, you know, in normal non-COVID times, we would have come to town meeting with handouts, and everyone could see the amendment that was being proposed and get it when they come in the door. How would that happen? I really appreciate you're handling it this way, but I'm wondering if there's any way to give the town a preview of what's coming.
Yeah, well, I think the proposal would be then, if advisory agreed to this, this would go into our advisory report, which gets mailed out to all residents, so they would have that in hand ahead of time.
Oh, so that would do it. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Eric Johnson, you have a select board report on this?
Yes, I do. On March 4th this year, the select board voted 400 to approve this article, or to recommend this article.
And then the amendment, is this the first time that the select board has seen the amendment? And do you need a new vote on the amended version?
Let's hear from the board.
So Eric, I would move to support the amendment.
Okay. How about George or Jeff?
Would second
thoughts?
that. I would second that motion.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, George?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
I am I as well. So new report on April 10th. The select board voted 400 to approve the art.
Great. Thank you. Now I'd like to open the public commentary period regarding Article 14, the amendment to the open space bylaw.
Steve,
Yes.
can I just ask the planning board to reopen their meeting by doing a roll call vote of the members who are present?
Sure. I think Addie Mae Weiss.
I'm here, yes.
John Higley.
Here.
As far as I know, those are the only two other members present besides myself.
Thank you. It's just a technical requirement that the
Thank you.
Attorney General wants us to take when we're opening meetings. Sorry to bother you.
Again, we are still in the public commentary period. Any additional public comments? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comments. Any advisory comments? All right, hearing none, I'd like to reopen public comments. Any additional public comments? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening the voting session. And a reminder, there's an amendment from the planning board. So if you can incorporate the amendment into the motion. So can I get a motion from advisory? You're muted, Jane.
I move favorable action contingent upon the language of the amendment being changed as follows. Open space subdivision lots that have frontage on an existing public road must maintain a wooded or appropriately vegetated buffer zone between the existing road right-of-way and the subdivision buildings of sufficient length and depth to visually screen the buildings on that lot and preserve the scenic quality of the road.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion. I also just want to be super clear, Marion. The amendment only replaces the second paragraph. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, so the first paragraph remains unchanged.
Right.
Okay, great. And I believe you've sent this to me, but just to be double sure, can you email the new amended version to me? I'll distribute that out to advisory, and whoever's working on the advisory write-up for this article can just make sure that the language is all correct.
Sure, I have sent it, but I'm happy to do it again.
Yeah, thank you. All right, there's a motion on the table for favorable action for the amended version of the open space bylaw.
Second.
Great. All right, I'm going to call the vote. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
Mark Albers.
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you, Marion.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, on to Article 15. Acquiring / disposition of land at 31 Hunting Lane. This one's longish, but I think I'm not going to read this one. I think everyone can read this, but I am going to ask. I think George Morrell, are you presenting this one?
Yes,
All right.
thank you.
Go ahead.
This article came from the select board as we have under the Mass General Laws, Chapter 61B, have the right to purchase a property located at Hunting Lane as they filed a 40B application with the ZBA, and that triggered the town's right to purchase the property. We have since acquired an appraisal that came back at $950,000, which we then presented to the developer, and along with our intention to purchase the property. We plan to finance this through an MOU with Unity Farms. We met with them and they are agreeable and have, and we're working on the MOU as soon as next week, that they would purchase the property with their funds. So,
George, sorry, can you just clarify what an MOU is?
Oh, memorandum of understanding, sorry. It's an agreement between the town and Unity Farm, which is a 501c3, that once we purchase the property, or once we purchase the property, they would then take that from us and finance it. So the vote is to allow the town to go move forward with this. And I guess I'll just open it up for questions from whoever.
All right, first, Eric Johnson, you have a select board report on this?
Yep, on April 1st, the board voted 400 to support this article.
Thank you. I'd like to open for public comments on Article 15. John Halemka.
So hello everybody. I am the co-founder and owner of Unity Farm Sanctuary, a community benefits organization, 501c3, devoted to education and ensuring that the town of Sherborn has the experience of open space and our rescue operations for distressed animals. We will sign an MOU as soon as it is prepared, I presume next week, to agree to fund this acquisition so that there is no cost to taxpayers for the town of Sherborn, and then we will maintain those lands for public use in perpetuity, as we have already done with the rest of our land at Unity Farm Sanctuary. Further, just so you understand, my will and Kathy's will, my wife, are set up in such a way that this land will last far beyond John and Kathy Halemka, as devoted to this public benefit and maintained for full access to the public for all the kinds of benefits that we will offer. And so we certainly look forward to this and support it completely.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comments or questions? Frank Hook.
Frank, your audio is not working. We can't hear you.
Me. Yeah, Frank, something's going on with your audio. You sound like a robot. You're muted now. No, you sound like you're coming from another dimension. You may have to log out of the Zoom and come back into it, but we are only in the first public comment period. So if you want to log out and come back in, I will make sure that you have an opportunity to speak.
Or maybe also enter something into the chat. And we
Yeah,
can...
you could do that. Also, you could, if you want to write.
He did write a question in the chat. It says, will the town own the land and Unity Farm operate? No, the land would be owned by Unity Farm. We would assign our right to purchase to, I think I'm saying that right, Paul, as a lawyer, correct me if I'm wrong, but we would assign our right to purchase to the 501c of 501c Unity Farm.
Okay, hopefully, Frank, did that answer your question? No, I hope so. He signed something. All right, so any additional public questions or comments?
He had one more question. Will there be any further liability to the town?
Great.
The answer on that, with our memorandum of understanding with them, will be no. The town will have no liability because they will be taking over ownership completely. And they will be paying 100% of the cost of it. So it's not going to cost taxpayers anything.
Okay. Great. Any additional comments or questions from the town or sir from the public? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening for advisory comment session. Any questions or comments from advisory? All right. Hearing none, I'm closing advisory comments and reopening public comments. Last call for public comments. All right. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening the voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to Article 15, acquiring / disposition of land at 31 Hunting Lane?
I'll move favorable action with the understanding that there is a third-party purchaser who will finance this purchase.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any advisory discussion?
I guess just to clarify, so the condition, that's just that is to reflect your understanding of the facts around the motion, or sorry, around the article, or is there some stipulation that we're making that we would only approve it if, like, I guess that may not be drawing a clear enough distinction between the options, but maybe, I guess, are we just trying to memorialize the understanding that we have based on Mr. Halamka's remarks, and or are we trying to go further than that?
Well, I will say, Drew, that I made the motion that I did because that is my view of, where advisory, what I would feel comfortable with, and that's why I proposed the motion. We have heard from George that there is an expectation that there will be a firm memorandum of understanding by the time of town meeting. So if that in fact comes to pass, advisory will have the opportunity to, have a completely clean motion, which will just recommend to the town that this be approved.
Okay, fantastic. Clarification.
All right, any additional advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call the vote. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galtano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
Mark Albers.
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. Thank you very much. All right. On to Article 16, which is Upper Charles Rail Trail access, acceptance of easements. This is a long one. Not gonna read that, but I believe Planning Board is either Marion or Gino going to present Article 16.
Yes, I can do that. In the original comprehensive permit for Whitney Farms, ZBA included a condition that the developer provide an easement to access the Upper Charles Rail Trail through their property. In the meantime, in the years since then, the developer has agreed to expand that easement so that the trail can be built parallel to the tracks up to where the gas line crosses it, which creates a much better access, handicapped accessible access for the town. And any real estate transaction requires acceptance by town meeting, so that's why this article is here.
Thank you. And Eric, you have a select board report?
Yep. On April 1st, the board voted 4-0-0 to support this article. One of the board members even made a comment that this is a no-brainer.
Thank you. All right, opening public comments. Any public comments? Frank Hook?
Sorry to be the only one to bring up comments. I do have a question about once this all happens, are there any plans? Is this where this is going to happen, or is this a separate warrant article in a different year about actually doing some work on the trail to make the trail consistent with the abutting trail, which would be, from the Holliston side, so that the access on the trail itself is actually improved, or is this just the acquisition of the land and the parking and all of that? Just a clarification question.
I can answer that. Well, right. I get your point. There will be when this trail through the Whitney Farms property will be built in the next few months. That leaves a short gap of about 300 to 400 feet on the actual trail. We have a grant application pending with the state, which hopefully we will get approval for that, and then we can complete that gap. We also have been working on some alternatives in case we don't get that grant. Since it's such a short section, we're looking at some ways to make that connection complete.
That'll be a true benefit to the town and the continuation of that rail trail. I think that's terrific. I think I have to agree that's a no-brainer.
Thank you. Any additional public comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comments. Any questions or comments from advisory? All right, hearing none, I'm closing advisory comments and reopening public comments. Any additional public comments or questions? All right, seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening the voting session. Can I get a motion from advisory relative to Article 16, the Upper Charles Rail Trail access, acceptance of easements?
I move for
Favorable action on Article 16, the Upper Charles Rail Trail access and acceptance of easements.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Can I get any advisory discussion regarding the motion? All right, hearing none, I'm calling the vote. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Stephen Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Aye.
Mark Albers.
Aye.
Dhruv Kashal.
Aye.
I'm also an aye. Motion passes 9-0. I need a bathroom break, so now everybody gets a bathroom break. So let's do another 5-minute break. It is 3:12, so let's come back at 3:17. So I believe we're missing Peter and Wasim still, but says we do have a quorum back. We'll come back into session at 3:18 p.m. All right. So we've got 3 more articles and about an hour and a half. So hopefully we'll be out of here by 5. We've got, next up is Article 17, amend general bylaws, Chapter 10, public ways regarding truck brake usage. Again, this is a longer one, so I'm not going to read the entire thing. But this is the select board, as a courtesy at the request of a citizen who I believe is Stephen Constantine, who I believe should be prepared to present this. Stephen?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can I do a screen share?
Yes, you should be able to screen share. And again, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay. All right, so just real quick, this is to prohibit the use of compression engine brakes within the town limits. Just a real quick definition, if people don't know, compression engine brakes are also called a Jake brake or a Jacobs brake. They're used to slow down forward motion on larger diesel trucks. The compression brakes are used along with the truck's standard brakes. Why are they used? The main reason is trucking companies install these to reduce wear and tear on the truck's regular braking system. They are strictly optional. They're not mandated by any government agency. Truck operators may say that it's a safety device if the truck is overloaded or has defective braking equipment. Most town bylaws that prohibit the use of compression brakes have a provision stating that the brake is allowed under emergency situations to avoid injury. Problems with using a compression engine brake, mostly it's the noise, excessive, abrupt, high decibel sound, noise pollution. It can startle pedestrians, cyclists, and other drivers. Dangerous under wet conditions because it only stops the cab of the truck under combination truck trailers. There's a possibility of a jackknife. Also, unspent diesel fuel if they're not maintained properly, and the potential to cause environmental repercussions. So the expectation is that this issue, noise complaints from compression engine brakes, is going to increase as we come out of COVID and more construction traffic and trucks pass through town. Problem areas in Sherborn, mostly traffic lights, stop signs, hilly areas, specifically downtown traffic light at North Main and Elliott, Pine Hill School, Western Ave, the Odessa trucks, and again, mostly just any kind of an intersection. Many of these problem areas were discussed on Sherborn Next Door. I'm not sure if people have seen those. Current remedies. So current remedies to enforce general law, Chapter 90, Section 16, offensive or illegal operation of motor vehicles. There's no specific language regarding engine brakes in that law. It's a general statement to harsh, objectionable, or unreasonable noise. There were 5 tickets issued in Sherborn in 2020. I know it's kind of a slow year because of there wasn't that much traffic, but I can report that I get at least 8 to 10 trucks a day using compression brakes just outside the front of my house. The other things that have been done, there's been a signboard that was put on Western Ave when there were some issues there. When folks complained, problem with the signboard is you cannot be everywhere. It might be needed for other purposes. Also, a signboard can't be used in the winter due to snowbanks along the side of the road. All right, precedents set by other towns. So there's a lot of towns that have regulations around these. Hingham, Air, Boxford, Norwell, Holyoke. I put some examples of the bylaws here. I'm not going to read them, but you can see they're fairly short. It's just a prohibition of the bylaws. Also, Medfield, our neighbor to the south, they don't have a bylaw, but they put up signs prohibiting engine brakes in certain areas. And I spoke with Medfield's Deputy Chief, Lars Anderson. He stated that the signage is effective, but the right way to do it is to back it up with the town bylaw. This was echoed by our own Sherborn Select Board member, Paul Durensis, at the March 4th Select Board meeting to review warrant articles. So the new bylaw as proposed, it's in the warrant. I also have it here. So you can take a look at it. The downside tackling the law, there really isn't, I don't see any downside. It might be tough to enforce, but the important thing is that having signage in place will help to notify truckers of the bylaw, and that should help to minimize instances. So bottom line, a yes vote for this will help make Sherborn a safer, more quiet, peaceful, and desirable town to live in. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Eric, I don't believe that the select board has actually taken a vote on this yet, right?
We have not voted on any of the citizens petitions.
Okay. Would you like to wait till after the 2 rounds of public commentary before select board takes a vote?
Let's open up to the board. Do we want?
I'd rather wait and hear the comments.
That's what we'll do.
All right. In that case, I will open the floor for public comments on Article 17, amending the general bylaws regarding truck brake usage. George.
I have a question. I think Dave Bento's on here. What's the difference between this law and what's currently on the books? Because I know, like you already said in your presentation, that they already do ticket truckers for doing this. So what's the difference? Why add another law?
Hi, George. Yeah, I mentioned before, we can cite under 9016. We have cited before under 9016. I am in agreement with Mr. Constantine that these Jake brakes can be a problem as far as noise goes. I just felt that leaving it at the uniform traffic citation rather than the bylaw citation might be a better option. When you use a uniform traffic citation, it is just like the same citation somebody would get a speeding ticket or a stop sign ticket. So it would go on their driver's record. It's something I think would have a little more teeth to it and make people pay attention. I know a $300 fine seems like it would be a lot, but there's not a lot of mechanism for if somebody doesn't pay that bylaw ticket, they're not going to suspend their license like with a uniform traffic citation. But either way, it gives us a mechanism to enforce it. And I've been dealing with truck complaints for a lot of years. And I do agree that, it has been a problem. So, either way, whichever way we go, we'll have to deal with it.
Thank you. Any additional public comment or questions? Eric?
I actually have a question for the chief. I just thought of it. I should ask before, but I just thought of it now. So if this bylaw goes in, can you still ticket under the state mechanism? Like, this doesn't remove your ability to ticket under the state mechanism. Is that right?
I don't believe it does. It would be officers' discretion how they'd want to handle it. We have other things too right now that we've been dealing a lot lately with littering, and there's a town bylaw about littering, but there's also a mass general law about littering on a public way. So that would be an example of where, you've got 2 different ways to go about it. So I think it would just add another enforcement tool.
Okay.
Marion?
Is part of the issue here the amount of the fine? I'm wondering if Mr. Constantine's proposal has to do with a heavier stick that is preventing brake use by imposing a larger fine. Is that
the 9016 fine is $55, but like I said, it also carries the merit rating board would increase the surcharge on someone's insurance, and it's also considered a surchargeable event, which especially in the case of a CDL holder, that's very, very serious. A CDL holder could lose their license for fewer violations than somebody that just has a Class D license, a regular license. So, I don't think it's as much the 300 versus the 55. I think the 9016 would be a pretty good deterrent. And I know, Stephen, we discussed signage, so that's another part of this component too. I don't know if signage is included in this or not.
That's what I wanted to bring up, is that I'd like to have signage to go along with this. And as I mentioned when I spoke to Lars Anderson, the deputy chief, he suggested that the signage seems to be working. So that would help reduce the amount of instances within the town. I did check into what it would take, put up 6 or 8 signs. It's probably going to be under $500, and I could work with Sean on that. But I think the signage part of it is key, because folks would hopefully comply, and those that didn't, they risk being ticketed.
Sure, I understand. I don't want to disagree too much with Deputy Chief Anderson. He's a good guy and a friend of mine. But I live in Medfield, and I don't think the signs really do all that much, because I hear these trucks going by my house all the time. So, you know, the other part of this is, you know, some of the bylaws, they may have a first, second, or third, you know, step up type of fine too. I don't know if that might be something where, especially if an officer is going to be handing somebody a citation, you know, make it a first offense $100, second offense $200, third offense $300, something like that. But this reminds me an awful lot of some of the issues we've had over the years of down at Farm Pond. All of the Farm Pond bylaws are $200, and some of the violations, for an officer to write somebody a violation of $200 for, you know, a lot of times they don't feel it's necessary. So, you know, to hit them that hard, so they'll give them a warning, or, you know, just advise them, log it, that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe a step up in the fine, you know, might be something that might make it easier as well. But again, whatever people vote for, that's the mechanism that we'll have, you know, to use, and we'll have to work within whatever the bylaw is.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the public? All right. Seeing none, I'm closing public comments and opening advisory comments. Advisory, any questions or comments?
Steve, I have a question. Was this run by the Public Safety Committee?
I did. I ran it by them as well as Chief Bento. And again, we had the same discussion that there is a law regarding noise, but it didn't specifically say compression or engine brakes.
And what was the recommendation of the Safety Committee?
That's just the way we left it. When I spoke to, I can't remember his name now, Van something was his last name.
Peter, if I could, to clarify, it was not the Public Safety Committee, it was the Traffic Safety Committee.
Oh, okay.
And that would have been Brad Van Brunt, and he's been transitioning out as he moved out of town. So I don't believe it was ever a formal vote or agenda item of traffic safety. But I know that, as Stephen said, he did include Brad in the conversation, and Brad and I had a conversation about it as well.
Thank you.
May I ask, Chief Bento, does this bylaw give you any tools or ability to achieve the intent of this bylaw, which is to reduce jake brake? Does this bylaw give you more tools than what you have right now?
I think if the town chooses the posting of the signs to let people know that there is a specific bylaw, you know, that may be a component of it. But as far as right now, if I observe a truck using a jake brake in an area where I determine it to be unnecessary or harsh and objectionable, I can make that stop and issue that citation. So that's pretty much most of Sherborn. You know, the houses are, in most areas, are relatively close to the street, as Mr. Constantine's house is. And, you know, we've had other complaints, Maple Street, Western Avenue, a lot of the cut through roads, as well as the main roads. So, you know, I think, again, we can issue under 9016. We're working on, you know, trying to educate the officers more on truck violations and how to handle stopping commercial vehicles, because it is sort of a specialty. So again, right now, I wouldn't want to go post signs up, because we don't have a bylaw, but if you wanted to post signs, you probably would want the bylaw to back that up.
Chief Bento had a question. Steve Constantine had said in 2020 there were 5 citations issued for truck noise violations. I suppose. Do you happen to know off the top of your head how many citations were issued in 2019 and 2018?
I don't have that in front of me right now. I did get that to Stephen a while back, that we went back a few years on that. And I had actually asked, and I don't remember getting an answer on those other towns that were mentioned about how many bylaws they were issuing, because I was curious to see the number of bylaw tickets versus the number of Chapter 90 tickets. But to answer your question, Steve, I think the high end, we might have been 9 or 12, something like that in a year.
Okay.
I ask
Advisory. Yep. Go ahead.
Chief, so if I understand correctly, whether it's under the Massachusetts law or if we were to pass a bylaw, pass this bylaw, in either case, would it not be true that it's basically up to the discretion of the police officers to decide when and under what statute the citation would be issued?
Correct. It would be up to the officer at the stop. Now, I mean, the supervisors certainly could encourage officers, if it's preferred to use the bylaw, then we could say, let's use the bylaw. Or if it's preferred to use the Mass General Law, we use that. But typically when there's 2, we leave the discretion, to the officer. I think in the past, as I mentioned, the littering cases, I think we might have even done both. Because we had a couple of ongoing cases where we had sort of the habitual litterer. So we hit them with multiple counts of the Mass General Law, and then we put in the town bylaw as well. I think anybody that attends these meetings knows that people get pretty upset about littering. So when we actually catch them, which is very difficult, we try and hit them as hard as we can. I think in a case of a truck, we might be looking to first off educate people that this is a problem. And that's what I try and use the signboard for. But again, as Stephen mentioned, it's tough to have one signboard in multiple locations. And we're restricted by, time of year with weather. So, we could get the education part of it going and then see how the enforcement goes. And hopefully it's not really necessary to go out and hit everybody with these $300 tickets. Hopefully that the education gets them to realize that it's a problem and they back down, stop using them as much.
So if I hear it correctly, essentially this bylaw would not hamper or restrict how your police officers do their work, and the drawback is I suppose it's potentially unnecessary and there is a cost associated with putting up signage, but otherwise there isn't much of a downside, and it could improve your ability to enforce noise violations, and hopefully would make the town quieter. So that seems to be the general summary that I'm feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it could, and in either way, it's we still have the ability to make these stops with or without it. So
right,
I'm good either way.
Okay.
And I guess my question was that, it's up to the police to enforce this issue, whatever laws are out there. So I'm not sure how much change we would necessarily effect by just adding another bylaw into our, set of bylaws.
Yeah, there's a lot of laws out there right now that people are disregarding on a regular basis. So that's sort of what keeps us busy. But ultimately, our goal is to try and get people to comply. So, whatever it takes to do that, we're willing to give it a try.
I know you're in the middle of advisory deliberation. Should the select board deliberate amongst ourselves as well? Should we wait till after your vote? Do you have a preference?
Well, what I was going to do, because there's going to be after advisory comments, there's going to be another public comment period. So I figured after that, you guys could deliberate and vote prior to our advisory voting session. Does that sound fair?
Yep.
All right, so again, we're still in the advisory comment period. So anyone from advisory have more comments or questions?
So is there any downside to having additional laws? You know, because again, I'm trying to determine, does this add another tool? You know, the question, the answer seems to be, yeah, maybe, maybe not, right? So, so now on the other side, is there a downside to just having additional bylaws that may not provide Chief Bento and the police team with more tools? Is there a downside?
If I can answer that, you got to look at it as the signage. So signage is going to come out. It's going to inform people that there's a bylaw not to use these brakes. And then the teeth in that signage is going to be the bylaw. And as Chief Bento said, he talked about a step up. He could actually use the general law, which was, I can't remember what you said, if it was $55 for maybe a first offense. And then if they're caught a second time, then they get hit with the 300. So there's your step up right there. But let's not forget, it's the signage is what's going to provide the biggest benefit. And the bylaw is going to be the teeth behind that signage.
Wasim, if I can just chime in on your question, I firmly believe there is negative effects from having too many superfluous laws on the books. I believe that government is not here to over-regulate and regulate the minutia of citizens' day-to-day rights. I think the only time laws should be on the books are when it is generally agreed that is doing the most good for the most amount of people with the least amount of harm to the least amount of people.
And I would tend to agree that more bylaws on the books are not necessarily helpful if they're not necessary. And also, I'm a little puzzled by the comment about signage because I don't think the article specifically would require signage. So I'm not sure that if we do pass this article, will be necessarily, imposing a signage requirement. And even if we did, that's an additional expense to the town. And I wonder if it's worth it, given that the police already have the authority they need to stop this type of activity from happening.
Right, I understand that. What I'm looking at is, again, 5 tickets were issued in 2020. I get 8 or 10 of these trucks coming by my house every day. The signage is going to help to stop that. I think it's definitely something we want to add to this. And the signage is what's really going to help minimize it, backing it up with the bylaw. And I don't think it's superfluous. The majority of the trucks that are coming through town aren't Sherborn residents. Mostly you see the Tesla trucks and some of these other trucks, they're not Sherborn residents. So we're not putting we're a bedroom community, right? So we're not putting any restrictions on the residents of Sherborn. It's the people that are coming through.
Right. Any additional questions or comments on advisory?
So again, it sounds like, following up on what Jane said, it sounds like the signage is a big component of this. I mean, is this not better addressed by, maybe just that, the signage? And then, going back to what Chief Bento said, there's a little uncertainty about the value of signage, but maybe, at some point, he may be in favor of putting the signs. Sorry, Chief Bento, if I'm misrepresenting what you said, but it sounds like, at some point, maybe there would be value to having the signs, and we can do that at a later point. I guess I'm trying to ask, it really sounds like at the end of the day that this is, the signage is the most valuable part of what's being proposed here, but this bylaw doesn't actually mention anything about signage. I mean, should we not just leave it in the hand of Chief Bento to, implement what he feels and the police department feels is the best course to eliminate this nuisance?
Well, again, as I mentioned, the signage is going to be key, but it needs to be backed up by a bylaw. And the signage, I don't think that's something that Chief Bento would do. It would be something that Sean Colleen and his team would do.
this is Natalie. I don't think, and even Officer Bento said that signage didn't really work in Medfield, signage alone. And I think this is, this has been a big problem. I live off Western Avenue and been a big problem for a lot of years. And if we can add some more teeth to it, I think that would be a good thing, because these trucks come down here and as more and more come. When I was part of that movement on Western trying to get them to stop coming from the plant, there's kids waiting for buses. We put up on Western and 16 a traffic island with a big sign telling them to stop. They ran right over it. It's not even there anymore. So this is a dangerous problem. But what I didn't see, what Officer Bento talked about, was a step up in violation. Does that have to be in here? If we pass that, so he could write a lower ticket the first time and then step it up. He said he kind of wanted to do that, but does that have to be in here specifically?
Yeah, I think we would have to write that into the bylaw, right? So we would have to amend this.
But I think I'm also not in favor of having unnecessary bylaws, but I also know that these people are hard to control. And so they just ran right over the signs and right over the island. They're gone now because they just ran over them. So it is a problem.
Any other advisory questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I'll reopen for public comments. Any additional public comments or questions?
I can't raise my hand.
Oh, hi, Susie. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Susan Tyler, I live on Western Avenue, and I'm sorry, I just came into the tail end of this conversation. I live on Western Avenue. I've been a member of the Traffic Safety Committee since 2004. And as far as having other signage and regulations on the bylaws, let's remind everybody that there currently exists a bylaw that says that every home within the bounds of Sherborn is supposed to have a number on them, on the house, and if not on the house, clearly marked at the end of the driveway. I don't see anybody going around and enforcing that. That has not been done. So to throw more signage up in the town, which we know on traffic safety, you can put up all the signs you want. How many people in this that are watching this right now do more than the posted speed limit? So much for that signage. So I think it's just a matter of education and stuff. We don't need a bylaw for signage. We don't enforce the ones that we have right now for signage, i.e. the numbers on your house. Thank you.
George?
Just to deliberate with the select board, I'm going to vote not. I'm not in favor of this. I agree with Steve Leahy. I think Steve Leahy said it better than I could say it. I don't want to put bylaws on the books that I don't think are going to give the police any additional tools. They already have the tools. I'm not for adding additional bylaws.
Can I speak?
Well, actually, so is this?
Well, Jeff was actually.
If this is select board deliberation, I'd like to just to chair that portion, or is this just us talking to you guys? Do you know what I mean?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I think I'm gonna continue the public comment session. So if the select board would like to deliberate, I think after I close the public comments, then select board can go into your deliberation. Is that fair?
Agree.
All right. So I'll continuing the second public comment session. All right, seeing no additional public comments, I'm closing public comments, and now I'll hand over to you, Eric, and you can do select board deliberation.
Eric?
Yeah, Paul, please go ahead.
So I think that anything that makes the quality of life in Sherborn better, we ought to adopt. And I think having quiet is an important part of having a rural community. So I'm going to support this bylaw. And my thinking is this. First, I would amend it to be a gradual step up. Secondly, the bylaw allows us to put up signs. And if the board agrees with me, I would pledge as one select board member, and I think my colleagues would agree, if this bylaw passes, we will put up signs. And if we put up signs, it may have some benefit. Can't guarantee there'll be benefit, but if we do nothing, it obviously isn't enough because there's still a lot of noise out there. So going back to the fundamental premise that anything that improves the quality of life for our citizens, I think we should support. If this thing passes town meeting, we'll put up the signs. We give the police department additional tools. As a matter of law, he can choose between using a state law or the local bylaw. It gives him more tools in his toolbox to work with. I don't see there's really any downside to it. So if there's another law on the books, so what? There are a lot of laws on the books. So I would urge the Board of Selectmen to support this article.
Jeff, you have your virtual hand raised.
Yes, I was just going to agree with Paul completely. I like what he just said. I think the key, as everyone has said, is the signage, you know, because we're not trying to find people. We don't want to the truckers don't want to be stopped and lose a half hour of time or 15 minutes of time. So we're trying to prevent the problem with the signage. So I take Paul's legal advice that if we want to have signs, we need to have, you know, the bylaw or the, you know, town requirement preventing it. So I think the signs are key to prevent the problem. It's not really about enforcement and comparing how we can enforce it now. We're trying to avoid enforcing it actually by having signs, people be aware of it. And I don't know what percent of trucks in town are fleet trucks, but if Tresca is made aware of this, they'll probably advise all of their drivers not to use their Jake brakes in Sherborn anymore, as they probably know in Medfield. So if we could do anything to prevent the problem, I think that would help. And I think we should honor our citizens. As Paul said, we have a citizen who's disturbed by this, and I think we should support them. So, and one final comment for Susie, iPhone 89 out there. We just did a Boy Scout Eagle project checking every street number on mailboxes in town.
Well, thank them very much for me.
You can talk to Zach. Zach can verify it for you. He was the advisor.
All right, I'm gonna drive around.
No, we just sent notes to each home. We didn't tear down the mailbox or anything yet.
I believe it's a $50.
Sean does that with plows.
It's a $50 fine. Revenue.
All right. I guess I have two comments. One comment, we have to end by 5 because I got to go to the hardware store to buy house numbers.
Good one.
Two, actually. So it's fine. Most of my time, I agree with, and by the way, I love your speech, Steve Leahy. Honestly, I almost I'm going to look back in this recording and write that down. Because most of the time I agree with you. But this is one of those instances where we're a town of 4,000 surrounded by something like 130,000 if you go add up our abutting towns. Don't hold me to that. But if you add them up, it's up there. We have a traffic count through the center of town of 28,000. We have Mass DOT upgrading rail to increase the speed limit of the trains with proposed commuter rail to Foxborough, being piloted or talked about. The fact is, anything that kind of can abate a little bit of the noise and the feeling of the city-like feeling while maintaining some of the Sherborn tranquility, I support, and I do support this. And I'm wondering, Paul, is it even worth having a step up? Because they're really going to catch more than the same truck twice. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what the thoughts are. Is $300 flat fee enough? Because what are the odds are with so many trucks coming through town? What are the odds you actually catch the same person 2 or 3 times? I don't know.
It's just that Bento had requested it. That's why I thought maybe we should do it.
I forgot
I was
that.
deferring to his judgment because the police officer may not issue the ticket. at all. He might think, oh, that's a little too high for some poor guy who's trying to make a living. If you're not going to have your police enforcing it, then you may be better off following the advice of your chief law enforcement officer. That was the.
Yeah, I forgot he recommended to step up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Paul. And Mr. Johnson, we do have quite a few repeat customers in town. So, yeah, you know, I spent over 10 years doing truck enforcement. I had a lot of the same companies, and we have a lot of guys out there writing speeding tickets, and it's the repeat customers. So I do feel the officers would be more likely to write $100 or $50 and then step it up. Second time is, you know, 200 or 150 or whatever, and then make third 300. I think that's very fair.
So maybe Zach could propose step for the amendment 1, 2, 3. Keep it nice and easy like that. I think.
That's simple. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 100, 200, 300. Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion amongst the board?
I would move to support the citizen petition with an amendment that would make the fines graduated to 100, 200, and 300.
Okay.
And express the commitment on the part of the board's part to make sure that signs, if enacted, the signs be placed strategically in the town.
Okay.
Let's spend the $500. I'm not looking for an appropriation. I'm just saying.
Yep, definitely.
I would second that motion.
Now, before I take a vote, roll call vote, I'm going to ask Stephen Constantine, are you okay with those amendments as you're the proposer of this article?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Actually, technically, we're the proposer, I think. Anyways. All right. So all in favor, George?
Nay.
Jeff?
Aye.
Paul?
Aye.
And I am I as well. Okay. So on April 10th, the board voted 3 in favor, 1 abstain, 0 abstains to support this article.
Just a comment that all day long we've been unanimous, 4-0, 4-0. It's nice to see that we're not always in lockstep together. We do have some discussions.
We weren't unanimous on the turf field either.
Yes, and we have to be very careful because there's 4 of us. We don't have an odd number right now also, Paul, so be careful what you ask for.
All right. Thank you. If you mind, I'm going to take this back over. We are now at the voting session, so I would like to open the advisory voting session. Can I get a motion on Article 17, amending the general bylaws regarding truck brake usage?
I recommend no action on this article.
I don't agree.
Well,
Second.
Oh, all right. Sorry. So do we have a second on the motion of no action?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor of no action, which has been seconded. Can we get advisory discussion on this motion?
I agree with the select board, that the majority of the select board.
Okay.
May I ask a question of a ticket under a bylaw versus a ticket under uniform citation? Does that money go to different places?
Local ticket goes to us.
And the state would go half and half on a 90/16.
I see.
Right. Any additional comments or questions from advisory, or sorry, that we're in the voting session? Any discussion on the motion for no action? I mean, I can say I came into this thinking that I was going to be voting for no action. After the discussion, I must say that I am vaguely convinced that it isn't totally unnecessary. You know, it does sound like the signage is the key. It is both the cost and the benefit. The cost seems fairly trivial, and the benefit may be to reduce Jake brake usage. It does not. It sounds like Chief Bento is fairly neutral on the matter. It doesn't restrict his ability to do any sort of enforcement. There may be a benefit to the town. You know, I don't necessarily agree that having unnecessary bylaws on the books is a harm to the town. And signage, it may be true that people ignore signs. That doesn't make the signs unnecessary. People speed all the time. That doesn't mean that we should take down the speed limit signs. I fully admit I am not always a law-abiding citizen, but I do like to know when I'm violating a law. I like to know what that law is and when I'm violating it. So I believe that having the signs around is useful. So I believe I've actually flipped my vote during this discussion. So I support this. I will support it as amended with the 1, 2, 3 step up. So any other discussion from advisory? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call the vote. The motion is no action on Article 17. Jane Matarazzo.
Aye.
Steve Leahy.
Aye.
Peter Galatano.
Aye.
Brendan Daly.
Aye.
Wasim Basili.
Aye.
Natalie Weir.
Nay.
Mark Albers.
Nay.
Drew Kushal.
Aye. I'm sorry, nay. That's my bad. Nay.
Nay. And I'm also a nay. The motion passes 5-4. All right, thank you very much. We are on to Article 17. We've got, I'm hoping, about 1 hour left. I want to preface by noting that articles, sorry, we're on to Article 18. Articles 18 and 19, both citizens petitions, they are separate articles, but obviously in spirit, they are sort of two parts of the same article. They are very similar. I ask in the effort of expediting this meeting, we will have separate discussions on each article, but I please ask that if the nature of your commentary for Article 19 is the same as your commentary for Article 18, that you please withhold that commentary. So when we get to Article 19, only things about that article that are inherently different from what you had to say about 18, that's what I would like to hear. I am going to imagine that the select board, the advisory committee, and the town meeting are all going to vote very similarly on these two articles. So again, in an effort to expedite, I just ask, let's try to have our full discussion on Article 18 and restrict the discussion on 19 to the differences between Articles 18 and 19. All right, so Article 18, citizen petition for adding new general bylaw, Chapter 31, fur products. Again, this is a long text, so I'm not going to read it, but this is a citizen's petition with the sponsor being Jeanette Slickenmeyer. So Jeanette, if you want to present.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and I will share my screen.
And again, you've got 5 minutes for your presentation.
What you'll hear from me in the next 5 minutes is first about the proposed bylaw, second about the animals that are affected by the fur industry, third about the environmental impact of the fur industry, fourth about the danger to public health from the fur industry, and fifth, the alternatives to fur. The proposed fur byproducts law would make it unlawful to sell, offer for sale, display for sale, trade, or distribute for monetary or non-monetary value fur products in the town of Sherborn. Fur products include articles of clothing and accessories and home accessories and decor that are made in whole or part of fur. The bylaw provides reasonable exemptions for leather, cowhide, shearling, fur used in tribal or cultural purposes, and used fur. The proposed bylaw does not prohibit the possession of fur products, nor the purchase of fur products outside of Sherborn. You may know that in the past, Sherborn voters have consistently voted in favor of animal welfare legislation. In 1996, 68% voted in favor of banning leg hold traps. In 2008, 68% voted in favor of banning greyhound racing. And in 2016, 78% voted in favor of ending the cruel confinement of farm animals. You may wonder why Sherborn needs this bylaw when there are no local businesses selling fur. This bylaw represents the core value of the residents of Sherborn. It tells would-be retailers that selling fur does not reflect the values of town residents and is not welcome here. And I'd like to point out that the picture of the coat with the coyote trim is from Saks Fifth Avenue website. And just this week, they have announced that they will be the latest major retailer no longer selling fur. And they will be closing their Boston Fur Salon at the end of their fiscal year. The fur industry exploits several species of fur-bearing animals. The latest figure estimates 100 million, that's 100 million animals are killed annually just for their fur. And that does not even count rabbits, which for several hundred million are killed each year. Fur animals live in tiny, filthy cages where they literally lose their mind from confinement before they are killed by the harshest of means: anal electrocution, suffocation, clubbing, often being incapacitated but still alive and conscious when they are skinned. This has been repeatedly documented on fur farms in China, which is the source for 80% of fur sold in the United States. There are videos of these investigations on furfreema.com, and I would urge you to look for yourselves to see what goes on in this industry. Trapping contributes only a small percentage of fur, but still over 5 million animals are caught in traps annually. These archaic and indiscriminate traps often maim or kill non-target animals, including threatened species and pets. These animals often die slowly by drowning, predation, shock, injury, or blood loss. And if they are found alive, they're frequently clubbed or suffocated in order to preserve the pelt's value. Massachusetts has outlawed the use of snares along with body gripping, leg hold, and cotta bear traps, but unfortunately their use is still common elsewhere in the United States. The fur industry hurts the environment. Fur farms require vast amounts of feed and water and produce massive amounts of manure. This contaminates soil and waterways. Fur production requires the use of toxic chemicals like chromium and formaldehyde, which are also potential pollutants. And I know Sherborn alone cannot solve the world's environmental problems, but this bylaw will be a step in the right direction. Fur production spreads COVID-19 and possibly other infectious diseases. You may have heard last summer that COVID-19 spread throughout hundreds of factory fur farms across Europe, as well as fur farms in Utah, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Oregon. Research shows that farmed mink spread mutated viruses to humans, and the mutations might reduce the efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines. These health risks led European governments to kill nearly 20 million minks in order to protect the public health. France and the Netherlands banned fur farming, and Israel has banned the fur trade. The good news is that there's cruelty-free alternatives. Today's faux fur is considered virtually indistinguishable from animal fur and is preferred by many fashion designers. Over 300 fashion brands and retailers across the globe are now fur-free. Support for this fur ban will align Sherborn with over 80% of the state's population on an issue of animal cruelty and environmental damage of a staggering scale. Fur bans have been passed in California and recently in Wellesley. And with your support of this bylaw, I hope Sherborn will be next. And thank you again for this opportunity to present.
Thank you. I am going to open the floor for public, and also Eric, I think we'll just handle this just like the previous one where we'll do the public comments and then select board can deliberate. All right, so first I'm going to open the floor for public comments. Susie?
Yeah, Susan Tyler, Western Avenue. I said this before at the previous meetings when this topic came up. I do not need a town-wide bylaw to be my moral compass. especially one that said, first off, we have no retail businesses in town, but it doesn't prevent me or anyone else to go to a neighboring town and purchase as many fur products as we want. So I don't know what we're accomplishing here, other than it's a feel good. And as far as the 68% vote in 1996 and the 60, those were statewide initiatives. So you can't, that's an apple and an orange there as far as I'm concerned, but I don't need a bylaw to be my moral judgment. Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Robert Johnson. Robert, if you're talking, you're muted right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, this is Betsy, his wife. My question is about fur farms. Would they be under agricultural exemption in any case if the question came up?
In other words, is the question as to whether somebody could open a fur farm in Sherborn?
Yes. You know, my guess is that it would come under the exemption for agricultural uses, but I don't know that.
Yes, I believe that's true, although there are no fur farms in Massachusetts right now.
It could be.
That doesn't answer the question.
Because I was going to ask, does that
I
answer
believe
the
that
question?
a fur farm would come under the state's agricultural laws.
What you said?
Would come
And this law does not regulate the production. This law regulates the sale.
So, Betsy, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. How do I get
All right,
off?
thanks.
Oh, I can do it.
All right. Any additional public comments or questions? All right. Seeing none, I'll close public comments and open to advisory comments. I want to say at the outset, I'm declaring that I am a veterinarian and I am employed by the Massachusetts Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. I work in their their specialty hospital, Angel Animal Medical Center. I do not believe that I have a conflict of interest. The MSPCA does have a letter in support of both Articles 18 and 19, but in no way is my employment there contingent on how I vote on these articles. So I declare that I do not have a conflict of interest and will continue to engage in this discussion. But again, we are in advisory comments. So does anyone from advisory have questions or comments about Article 18 regarding the ban on fur products, new fur products?
Steve, I'll start and reiterate something that I brought up when we spoke with the petitioners at the advisory meeting. I feel like this is a solution looking for a problem. There are no fur farms or no retail that I'm aware of, or certainly no fur type retail stores in Sherborn. And I would further say that consumers can make the choice of whether they are pro or against fur by using their dollars to vote. And they don't necessarily need their choices taken from them by what I consider a superfluous law. I'll state, I don't wear fur. I don't expect I'm ever going to wear fur, but I don't need a rule to not allow me to purchase or not that fur in any one specific region. And so I consider this a fairly superfluous law that might make people feel good, but doesn't really do anything. And then I'll revert back to my earlier comments that I think it is unwise for government to put in place laws unless they are for the benefit of most, doing the least amount of harm to the most.
Thank you. Any additional comments from advisory? I guess I would say I do support this bylaw. I think that the counter argument to the fact that there isn't anything in town selling fur is that it's vaguely, I guess, not the point of the bylaw. The point is to prevent any from coming in. Furthermore, I do recognize that, yes, you could go to a neighboring town and buy fur, but I suppose that, you know, the argument also works at the state level, right? Let's say that there was a statewide law, which I don't know, maybe you would or wouldn't support. Well, you could just go to New Hampshire or Rhode Island, right? And then you would so then you're waiting for what, a federal law? So if you are not in favor of government telling you what to do, then so you're saying that actually it should be a larger, broader law. And I believe that it's somewhat of a grassroots spread, right? In the same way that one can say, oh, well, one vote doesn't matter, so I'm not going to go vote. It does matter that small towns, one by one, decide, you know what, we're not going to support this. We're not going to support this, right? And the harm that's being done, correct, the harm is not being done to individual citizens, residents of Sherborn. The harm is being done to a category, which is to say animals. But the harm is being driven by consumer demand. And so what we are doing is deciding that, well, we are going to be part of a grassroots movement to eliminate the consumer demand, thereby eliminating this practice, which is harming a lot of animals. Again,
but Steve, sorry, to counterpoint you, if you want to eliminate consumer demand, find people who own and wear fur. What you're doing is you're trying to limit where the supply of fur could be purchased.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. But it's, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's tough. I think that if you spread a general movement whereby fur is not something which is legal, then that will automatically restrict the demand. I think I don't know.
I would debate you on that one, but not here and not now.
I would also say that you know, this is an ethics and morality decision, right? And I will point out that the town also voted to ban marijuana dispensaries in town, of which there are none. You know, I believe that it was also mainly couched as a moral or ethical vote. And so there's a precedent in town for such bylaws. So there's that.
So Steve, if I may, I do agree with Stephen Leahy about you know, I'm also very conflicted about this one, but I do not, you know, I do feel that yes, you know, we do not like the bad treatment of animals, but do we create a law that essentially will have no impact, because the only place in town can still sell fur, right? We have the swap shop and you can still have fur there according to this bylaw. You know, there are multiple other exemptions as well. What is it? Traditional? I forgot the exact wording. You know, the intent here is to eliminate the cruel treatment of the animals, but you know, this bylaw essentially says that you can't have a store that sells new products, but the swap shop can still sell fur. So I mean, if this is truly a bylaw that is representing our values, why aren't we, to Steve Leahy's point, why aren't we banning all fur wearing, right? Yeah. You know, and then on the marijuana dispensary, there's an argument other than just voting the moral. it's also the traffic and other issues related to having a marijuana dispensary as opposed to, you know, just the moral aspect of it, right? Yeah, that's I think my.
Can I make a comment? Hello?
Not right now, I'm sorry. This is the advisory comment period, so there will be a second public comment period, so we're still on advisory comments.
The one other thing I'd add, and then I'll be done. What else should we put laws against? Nuclear facilities? And again, I think probably most of us are against the building of nuclear weapons in Sherborn. I just don't see that there's a lot of demand for any sort of entity to go about doing that. And so why bother preventing something that is not going to happen anyways?
I suppose the counter argument is that it would be probably federally illegal to be developing nuclear weapons in Sherborn, right? So, you know, I think we're covering an area where you don't already have existing state or federal laws against it, but yet we may feel that that locally that we should, you know. So if it were legal to sell heroin on the streets of Massachusetts, our town might decide, actually, we don't want that in our town, but we don't have to have that law because it's already illegal.
So I have just a thought to share for a quick minute. You know, when we discussed these laws in our weekly meeting a few weeks ago, the way that the proponent framed it was, this is an opportunity to to cast a vote that was in line with our morals, and because it's designed that way, like, you know, I don't know. I want to separate advisory's role here in being sort of the gatekeeper for these articles on the one hand, but then on the other hand, I think, you know, substituting our moral judgment for the moral judgment of the town. I think what the proponents are looking for with both of these articles is essentially to give the townspeople an opportunity to say, you know, yes, we want, you know, yes, we're for fur, or no, we're not, right? Yes, we're for selling rabbits, or no, we're not, whatever the case. I think that the bylaw, or sorry, the warrant articles, they do that as they're written, like they're achieving whatever it is that the proponents have intended. I'm going to abstain from voting. Like, I think, you know, this is essentially an opportunity to give the people, give the townspeople an opportunity to weigh in on this. I think as they are written, they do that. So, like, I don't know how much more we as a board, as a committee, need to do on these.
Thanks, Drew. That does remind me that that is vaguely a point that I had made at that meeting as well, is that because this is somewhat of a moral and ethics vote, I do also feel like, with my advisory hat on, that we do have little, I don't know, jurisdiction to try to guide the voters on this matter, because there's very little financial consequence to the town. So I would also support if advisory wanted to make a motion with an explanation such that, you know, the motion is for favorable action, mostly to make the mechanics of the town meeting vote easier for the town moderator to deal with, so that it isn't voting yes on a negative vote, for example. It's just easier for the townspeople to vote yes if they support and no if not. So I would also very much be in favor of advisory's write-up and motion being fairly explicitly neutral on this, but making the motion favorable action just to make the town moderator's job easier.
Steve, I would agree with that position, and I think of it as a pass-through to the townspeople. Let them vote, because the guiding principle here is prevention of cruelty to animals through an economic means of preventing the byproducts of that cruelty, which is fur and skin products. I'm not going to opine on what I believe, because I can vote at the town meeting. I'm not for cruelty to animals. And I think from a global perspective, legislation like this would have an impact if you have a critical mass of municipalities, governments supporting it. Yet there's strong opinions on both sides. So that favorable action to allow the voters to weigh in, I think is a worthy advisory advice to the citizens.
I don't think I understand it. Are you guys saying that we should vote favorable action to make it easier for the townspeople to vote on this? Is that what you said?
Yes, in a way, yes. We're basically just greasing the gears of the town meeting machinery, because on a debatable topic, if we vote no action, then the townspeople, when they're voting, if they support the article, then they actually have to vote nay on that motion, which is confusing, and it always makes the town moderator's job harder.
What if we
So essentially, no, go ahead.
What if we say we abstain? We don't come down either way.
I believe that we have to have a motion, because advisory writes and delivers the motions at town meeting, and town meeting simply votes on the motion. So our motion has to be either favorable action or no action.
I guess I have a question, I guess, for the lawyers on the call, for the municipal lawyers, which is there a way to use wording different than favorable action? Like, I would move an up or down vote on each of the articles.
The town moderators raised your hand. Mary, do you have an opinion on that?
You're muted, Mary.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry about that. I'm the person I rail against. My comment is not on Drew's comment. It's on the previous comment about advisory having to make a motion up or down. If advisory were to tie on their vote, they could not make the motion, and the motion would have to come from someone else. So, you know, it's possible for advisory not to be the one to make the motion.
Okay. All right, so I can see, so then essentially anybody then at town meeting would make the motion?
It would probably be the proponent of the article. That's how it's done in many towns.
I see.
And
I see.
you know, I would want to get total clarity on that from a legal opinion, but I believe that's the case.
Mary, I'm not clear. Maybe you are, Steve, but I'm not clear on exactly what we would do procedurally right now if we would prefer to have the proponent be the one to bring this before town meeting.
I would say, well, I'm not sure what you do at this point. I do know that advisory does not have to be the one to make the motion, because we had a case of that a few years ago where advisory was tied. 4 people had voted in favor and 4 people had voted against. And because of that, we could not, it was when I was on advisory, we could not make the motion. And another person was recruited to make the motion. It was a positive motion. So I'm extrapolating from that to say that I know in other towns, quite often it's not actually advisory that would make a motion on a citizen's petition. It would be the proponent of the article.
So are you saying that if we, for example, were 4, 4, and 1 on this, that would be then it would go to the proponent to bring this before town meeting?
I think it would. I would bow to a legal mind on that, but I believe that's the case.
Would it be inappropriate if that, I'm not even sure how we would take the sense of advisory as to whether this is what we want to do, but if it were the case that advisory wanted to essentially make that happen, would it be inappropriate for us to decide right now, okay, raise your hand, 4 of us are going to vote yes, and 4 of us are going to vote no, and 1 of us is going to abstain, and then, that will achieve what we're trying to achieve? Would that be inappropriate?
I mean, the other thing you could do is, I believe, say that we are not taking, in fact, actually, this is interesting because a question came up just this week about something that happened, I don't know, back in 2012, I think it was, and there was some confusion. In that case, advisory had taken a vote based on the Board of Selectmen fulfilling various obligations that advisory had set out for them, and they had not done that. So at town meeting, advisory said, introduced their article introduced that article with words to that effect and said, we are simply moving this. We are not making a recommendation on it, but we are moving this article to get it on the floor. That did happen I said 2013, 12, whatever. It was 2013 that happened. So.
Thank you. I see Paul's got his hand up. I'm hoping you've got some legal clarity for us here.
Sure. There's nothing in the laws that requires you to vote. That is, each of you can abstain. And if each of you abstain, because there's none of you who want to vote, there's nobody who's going to run to court and get an injunction requiring you on pains and penalties of going to jail, that you have to vote. If you don't want to vote, you don't vote. If you don't vote, the vote is 0 and 8 abstentions or 9 abstentions. If that's the case that you've abstained, you're not in a position to make any motion at all.
Paul, I have a question then. At town meeting, this is Mary speaking, the proponent would then be the person to make the motion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the way a number of my finance committees do it. They get these complicated citizen articles. They don't want to get involved in them. They decide to abstain on them. And that forces the citizen proponent to stand up and make the motion.
Right. Yeah. That's
so is that, Paul, is that basically the preferred mechanism to make that happen versus making an active motion that says we aren't making a recommendation, we're just carrying this motion to the floor?
You can have a motion to take no position.
Okay.
I've seen that done also.
All right. I feel like I would prefer that because I don't know precisely how all 9 are going to vote right now, so I don't want to risk something happening that we are not expecting. So that would probably be my preference, would be for us to make a motion to make no recommendation. We're still in advisory commentary. How does everybody feel about that option to essentially make a motion for no recommendation?
I like it.
I would support that.
I like it too.
Okay.
And again, what is the advantage? I mean, what's the advantage of that? Because we already, on the previous citizens petition, we already, voted. Why is it a different case for this one? The town moderator is already going to have to explain things for the previous citizens petition. So what's different here?
Was the previous
Wait,
one a
what?
citizens petition?
What do you? Yeah, what do you mean that the moderator will have to explain something on the previous?
So the previous petition, we
Previous article.
recommend, I'm sorry, I meant the previous article. We recommend no action. So the town moderator will already have to explain that if you disagree with the advisory opinion, you have to vote nay. My understanding is you're recommending that we take no action in order for it to be clear to the voters, so that let's say we voted, again, no action, that it's clear for the voters that if they want to vote in support of the article, then they need to vote nay. My understanding is that's the motivation, right? Is that correct, or something else?
Yeah.
What's
So I
the
guess
motivation
I see
for
what
us doing this?
I see what you're asking, Wasim. Yes, on the previous article, the moderator will already have to explain it. I personally, in my experience, seeing how things go at town meeting, I think that will still make it confusing to have to do that, say, 3 times in a row, even if it's the same process. I think in the previous article, I don't think that advisory would have preferred to stay neutral on it. I think that we, wanted to have an analysis and input. I think in a way that as advisory members, most of advisory, myself included, would prefer to stay neutral on Articles 17 and 18. Now, it may be that you feel very strongly one way or other about 17 and 18, and you don't agree that advisory should make a no recommendation motion. And in which case, when I call for a motion, I guess you can jump in very quickly and get in whatever motion you would prefer. But I think that this is simply a mechanism to carry the motion to the floor so that advisory is not attempting to make a moral judgment for the town. We're just letting the town make its own judgment on that. I think that's I don't want to have to be the person who writes up advisory's recommendation on these articles because they're based on probably personal ethics. So being able to just say, we're just carrying this forward with no recommendation and letting the townspeople decide for themselves, we are abstaining from the discussion essentially. And I feel like that.
It was no recommendation, not no action.
Correct, no recommendation.
Well, seeing,
therefore,
he said no.
We would be awaiting. Yeah.
So another way you get to the same thing is if he makes that motion and advisory votes it down, and then somebody makes the opposite motion and you vote that down, you defeated both the motion to take no action and the motion to take action. You get to the same result. So even if he jumps in ahead of the motion that you want to make, you still can get to the same result if there's a majority who want no recommendation.
All right. Any further advisory comments and questions? Good time. So we're never going to have a normal, straightforward town meeting, are we? All right. I'm going to open back up to public commentary. So Michael Lesser.
Hi. I applaud this direction of figuring out how to just let the town decide on this and recognizing some of the limitations of the advisory committee in terms of where it should put its finger on the scale. And hopefully this, however you decide to do it, whether it's a vote of no recommendation or just purely abstaining, I think maybe after this meeting, we should figure out with town council or whatever it takes to find a procedure so that this is something that you can more easily adopt at other times, because there's been other articles in the past where I felt like it wasn't necessarily the place of the advisory committee to weigh in and versus just let the town vote straight up on its own. But I applaud where you're heading on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
I don't know. because I think the town does rely on advisory, because it's called advisory. It's not called finance committee. I know it is effectively the finance committee as set up, as defined in state law, but it is called advisory. And I think the town does look to actually be advised. Because I think the select board might go parallel. I don't know, maybe, I mean, so will the select board make an opinion? You don't make an opinion? Should both not make an opinion? Or should you actually have a split decision? That sounds like you're going to have and write up a minority and majority report and advise the town of why you had a split decision. Something to think about. We'll probably have a split decision on the select board too if we go that direction. Otherwise, if you're going to have a non-opinion, maybe we should have a non-opinion. We're essentially advising the town,
I think we just call Chuck Yaw and make him decide unilaterally.
There you go. Chuck's cat has made more select board appearances than mine.
Franco. Oh no, sorry. You keep on going, Eric. If you
just thought about having different reports, and then you can kind of describe it. But I know what you mean about being it's moral, it's not fiscal. I'll say the other thing I was going to say during select board deliberation.
Right, Frank.
So I don't know that the townspeople need advice on a topic like this, but they should have the opportunity to have a say in this. So I agree with that 100%. Is town meeting the place for that to happen, or can this happen on the ballot without having to be on at town meeting?
What do you mean by this? Can
this issue, this warrant, can this not just be something that is on the ballot as a ballot initiative without having to go to the town meeting at all? And therefore advisory nor select board would have to give any kind of advice to town on how to vote on something like this. I think everybody.
We already set the ballot questions, and the select board does have a say on what goes on the ballot because we vote the ballot questions. So and the ballot questions are typically related to debt related issues, not, this is clearly something that is voted, a citizen's petition is voted on at town meeting. Like that's what a citizen's petition is.
So could I chime in? There is a statute that allows us to put on the ballot what are called non-binding public opinion advisory questions. So the select board at any time can put a question on the ballot that asks for the opinion of the voters on any subject. We could put a ballot question on the ballot that asks, what do the voters think about a ban on fur sales, and get a sense of the town. And if the ballot question passes, then we know to go one direction, and if the ballot question fails, we know to go in another direction. So there is a means to do that, but unfortunately we have a citizen article and we have to deal with the citizen article now.
Thank you. Any additional public comments?
I have one.
Go ahead.
There's been a lot of focus on the cruelty aspect of the fur farming, which is well known. It's irrefutable. But I think we also need to keep in mind that there have been 2 new mutations of the COVID-19 virus that has jumped from minks to humans on fur farms. And this is the first known animal to human transmission outside of the original source. And there is scientific concerns that these can be resistant to our vaccines. And scientists have long warned about the threat of deadly zoonotic diseases passing from animals to humans on fur farms, since the species on the fur farms, particularly raccoon dogs, foxes, and minks, are known carriers of coronavirus. And Germany's leading coronavirus expert, Christian Dorsten, he's the one who discovered SARS in 2002, he recently stated that if somebody gave him a few $100,000 and free access to China to find the source of COVID-19, the first place he would look is where they breed raccoon dogs. So selling or buying products that derive from and sustain these breeding grounds of diseases that harm us this is more than just a cruelty aspect. This is more of a community and a society issue. Yeah, I think everybody is focusing on the cruelty, which is undeniable, but this is also a public health issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more public comments or questions? All right. Seeing none, I'd like to close public comment and hand over to Eric Johnson for select board deliberation.
Thank you.
You make us go first.
I know.
Yeah, this is our hearing. I gotta get, and I vote last. You know, I'm the chair. I get to see how everybody else voted first.
I'll take a motion for a non-opinion.
Yeah, I would.
No,
Make
I
that.
actually am voting against this because I agree with everything Stephen Leahy said. I'm going to vote against it the same reason I voted for the first one and the same reason I'm going to vote against the next one. It's useless laws that I don't agree we should be putting on the books.
We'll extend that discussion. It's interesting that people are talking about, well, what's the point? There's no fur places in town. I might be less likely to vote for this if there was a business in town that we're going to put out of business. This is preventative measure. I do get that. It's a preventive measure saying that, don't come here. And I don't think I think it is more than just a moral statement. There's an open shop right now. I know at next to the liquor store there, and I know in the bank, and I know that they're looking for. I talked to one of the business owners there, and they're looking for tenants, and so who knows what moves in there. So actually, might be a good opportunity to put something in like this.
I'd like to make a motion that we take no action as a select board. I'm sensitive to what George says, but I would rather do as the discussion led to, just let the town voters decide.
I'd be careful with saying no action though, Jeff, because that's kind of a term that goes with advisory voting against something. I would say I think you're trying to say no recommendation.
That's fine. I'll accept that change. I would move that we make a decision to not make a recommendation on article, whatever number it is, 18. What number is it?
It's 18.
18, yeah.
So
Yeah,
Can I say a few words about?
in the middle of
No, this is the select board deliberation. Well, I guess Eric, I suppose you could let her, but
First, let me hear what Paul has to say.
Yes or no?
no. We're gonna wait for the
Might
select
actually
board.
take a comment because it might help us decide, but Paul has the floor right now, and I want to hear what Paul has to say.
So the remarks of Stephen Tsai was quite convincing to me. So I agree with him that this is something that I would vote in favor of. Even though a lot of it is feel good, it seems to me that if enough communities vote this, that the state legislature will get the message and do something. And if enough state legislatures do something, then the federal government would do something. So you have to start somewhere. And for that reason, I would vote to recommend favorable action on this.
Well, I think you're the parliamentarian. I think I made a motion, so it wasn't seconded, I guess. So therefore we have to have someone else make a motion. And that's what you're doing, Paul, is that right?
No, I'm debating your motion. I assumed.
Oh, all right.
Which is interesting. So I have a feeling we actually have a non-decision. I have a sense that I and Paul might vote yes, George going to vote no, and Jeff's going to vote no opinion. So before we actually take this any further, if you don't mind, we still have an open motion. I'd like to hear from Jeanette, just for the select board discussion.
No, it's not Jeanette, it's Larissa who's trying to talk.
Larissa.
Oh, who is it? Who
Her
spoke?
name's Larissa
Romanova.
Romanova.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Please speak up. Sorry. I thought I saw her thing light up. Larissa, where are you?
I think you need to unmute,
you're muted
Larissa.
right now.
Yeah,
There you are.
And I'm sharing my screen, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You're not sharing.
You're
the
not.
screen, no.
We can see you.
Yes, but I would like you to see my screen. And
So on
do
the
you want me to
bottom
make
of on the bottom of your computer there, you can see a share screen, a green button.
Yeah, I already did it.
And And so it should then bring you up to a menu that shows you the other windows open on your computer.
Okay.
And have you picked one of those?
Is it better? Does it work now?
This is the bylaws. It says
Yes.
chapter 32 of general bylaws, town of Sherborn. Is this the one you wanted?
Yes.
We're not on that article yet.
That's
This
the-
is, yeah, this is the
that's-
next article. We're not talking about this one yet, Larissa.
Oh. So it's not my article yet? Okay.
No,
yet.
no, not yet.
No, not yet.
We're still talking about the fur.
Do you want me to comment on it? Okay.
Let me
Yeah,
stop.
no,
Well-
we're only talking, we're talking about the fur one, and so it,
All
and
right.
actually we're on the select board deliberation right now, so we've already passed public comment. So only if you think that you had something that was quite important to tell the select board before they made their vote on it. But again, it's we're on Article 18, the one about the fur, and you will be next. But
Can you unshare your screen, please?
Okay.
All right. So back to the select board. You know what? To put this through a vote, I'm going to second Jeff's
Motion for no recommendation.
motion for no recommendation. Thank you very much. All right. So all in favor, George?
No, nay.
No, okay. Jeff?
Aye.
Paul?
Nay.
I'm gonna be an aye. But I think we're not gonna. I have a feeling we're not gonna get a. We actually might succeed and go through this and not get a majority on any one of these. Is there another motion?
Move to support the article.
I'll second that one as well. Why not? All right. How do you vote, George?
Nay.
Jeff?
Aye.
Oh, interesting. Aye, okay. Paul, how do you vote?
Aye.
Uh,
Told you Chuck Yalden was the key.
I know. You know what? I'm going to vote nay. All right. Is there another motion? Come on, George.
I'm not gonna bother to make the other motion. I guess I can. I vote we recommend no action for the reasons I said before. It has nothing to do with cruelty to animals. It's that we don't need this bylaw.
Okay. I'll second that. All in favor, George?
Aye.
Jeff?
Nay.
Paul?
Nay.
Nay as well. All right. There we go. We have no decision. No vote.
all right,
I don't know what
Great.
that means, but
Now
it's
we're-
your court, Steve.
yeah, it's on in my court, right? So, all
How do I
right,
vote that?
You at least have an odd number of people, so you got an edge on us.
before I call for a motion from advisory, I'm opening the voting session. I do ask, some people may have strong opinions that this should go one way or the other. I do get a sense that a majority would prefer a no recommendation vote. So I just ask that advisory members perhaps defer to the majority here. But I will let it play out. I don't want to have to go through 3 votes and try to get a tie every time. So can I get a motion on from advisory for Article 18, the citizens petition for a ban on UFR products?
I'm going to move that we, as an advisory committee, make no recommendation as to the article.
Second.
All right, there is a motion and a second. Any advisory discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call the vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Steve Leahy,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Nay.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Kashal,
Aye.
and I'm also an aye. The motion passes 8-1. All right. Now we are on to Article 19. Again, I note that it is 7 minutes until 5 p.m. That there is not truly a cutoff at 5 p.m., but I urge everybody to consider how Article 18 just went and the likelihood that 19 will go the same way, and to please expedite and restrict all of your comments to only things that you feel are relevant and may alter the vote for Article 19 relative to Article 18. I know, Michael, you've had your hand up for a bit, but all the public comment was closed, so I'm going to let the presenter present this one, and then you can speak when we get to public comments. All right, Larissa, you're on. Go ahead.
Finally. So
you have 5 minutes. Yes.
Hold on a second. Just quickly. Slideshow. My name is Larissa Romanova, and I'm a sponsor on the petition related to the sales of dogs, cats, and rabbits in the Sherborn pet shops. I will discuss the purpose of this bylaw at the end of the presentation. According to the bylaw, pet shops, it will not be allowed for the Sherborn pet shops to sell dogs, cats, and rabbits. These animals can be displayed for adoption only, and they could be obtained from various rescue organizations. What is the definition of pet shop? Pet shop means a brick and mortar retail establishment where dogs, cats, or rabbits are sold. Brick and mortar is a legal term that refers to a traditional street side business that offers products to its customers, such as grocery store, bank, or pet shop. There is an exclusion in this bylaw. A person who breeds and sells animals on his residential property is not considered to be a pet shop. Pet shops never buy animals from private breeders. Like other commercial enterprises, they use an established chain of supply. They obtain animals from commercial breeding facilities or puppy mills, always involving a broker. This disconnects the consumer from the source of the animal. The purpose of this bylaw is to disrupt distribution pipeline used by puppy mills. This is a typical image of puppy mill. I would like to bring your attention to the size of the cages where the dogs are kept for their entire life. All puppy mills are USDA licensed. I will mention only one USDA guideline. Cages must be at least 6 inches larger than the dog's body, and the animals are kept there for their entire life.
You're okay, aren't you?
If you buy a puppy from the pet shop, please don't expect that they come from the conditions different than this. In 2019, the new federal law preventing animal cruelty and torture act was adopted. However, these animals are excluded from this bylaw because the every day of their existence may be viewed as cruelty and torture. Currently, 9 municipalities in Massachusetts and 3 states adopted pet shop bylaws. Why do we need pet shop bylaw in our community? This will certainly be an ethical statement. However, not every compassionate longing evolved to be a bylaw. I suggest to approach it from 2 different perspectives. First, how does this bylaw benefit our community? Here we should look at the larger picture. Recently, multiple municipalities in Massachusetts had been working on similar bylaws, and the distribution landscape of pet shops in the area is changing dramatically. Pet shops that we haven't been seeing here for decades may be open in Sherborn in a year or 2. Thus, the bylaw eliminates potential competition, benefiting local breeders or farms that raise dogs, cats, or rabbits for sale. And second, how does this bylaw benefit the animals that are raised on puppy mills? I would like to say a few words about the state of California that is usually at the front lines in animal protection legislations. In California, After multiple communities adopted pet shop bylaws, the whole state closed its doors to the puppy mill supporting businesses. And I hope that the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts will follow this trend. And our community spearheads and sets example of this compassionate and altruistic initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open to public commentary. Michael Lesser has been waiting very patiently. Go ahead, Michael.
Hi. I guess I want to, whereas I am leaning towards also possibly supporting this one, I'd like to come back to the issue of that. I think.
Inside?
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Is somebody else talking?
I'm muting Mark. Yeah, it was Mark. I'm muting him.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
What I wanted to come back to is to Eric's point about taking opinions and advisory, that I see a different role possibly for the select board in taking a stand and an opinion on things versus advisory. The select board is an elected board, advisory is an appointed board. And I think there might be some differences as to where that you might think differently about whether advisory should basically do what it did last time. I would say you could do the same thing this time as you did for the last warrant article. But I don't see an issue that the select board itself could still take a vote. That would be actually taking an opinion due to its elected role. So I just want to point out that distinction. And I'd probably advocate the same position by advisory as you took last time in terms of no recommendation, or let the town vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something on that? Michael, as a member of Concom that's an appointed board, does that mean you guys shouldn't give an opinion either?
Advisory, I think, has a different level of impact.
You're both appointed boards. Your point was that they're appointed. I think you're kind of missing the point.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm saying for certain questions. I'm not saying don't give opinions that advisory shouldn't. I'm just saying in certain areas that are, let's say, not technical or an ethical kind of one, that's where I would say advisory. I'm not arguing that our advisory shouldn't take a position on nearly most issues, but I think there are arenas where advisory is, as you did in the last case, it makes sense not to make an opinion. Just in the case of Conservation Commission, it deals with wetland regulations, and there's areas, and I think that's appropriate for them to make an opinion there on those issues, just as advisory makes opinions on a lot of things that are financial related. So I
Thank
think
you.
they're like,
I'm sorry, this discussion is getting pretty far off topic, so
sure.
can
I'm
we
sorry.
reel it in? That's
No,
all right.
no, I
Thank you.
agree. Sorry, I went on. Bye.
Any additional public comments? Again, strictly on Article 19, and ideally on anything that is substantively different from comments that were made regarding Article 18. Mary Neutra?
Yeah, in looking at this bylaw, I understand the spirit of it, but I'm not sure it's clear enough. If I understand correctly, what you're trying to control is the breeding of animals for sale, specifically breeding for sale. But the language of the article seems to confine it to pet shops and confine it to dogs, cats, rabbits. And I'm wondering if, in the spirit of it, why is it so confined?
This bylaw doesn't regulate the breeding facilities. It regulates only pet shops. Because pet shops usually buy animals from puppy mills, the purpose of this bylaw is to disrupt a distribution pipeline used by puppy mills.
So to clarify, a Sherborn resident who breeds dogs for sale, that would be okay?
There is a special exclusion from this bylaw, and it says that any resident who breeds animals for sale on their property is excluded from this bylaw. They are not affected by this bylaw, only pet shops.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. It seems to me that it's if if you want the spirit to be the spirit that the town supports, it should be the whole puppy mills can exist outside of pet shops, and they're just as bad. My point is, so I just wonder if it's a little too narrow.
Puppy mills usually sell their puppies to pet shops, and this is the retailer for puppy mills. And therefore, regulation of pet shops usually affect puppy mills.
I guess I don't want to drag this out, but the definition of pet shop has to be very precise then, because I can see some wiggle room between a home-based puppy mill, a backyard puppy mill, and a pet shop. Just
no, we included specific definition that a pet shop is brick and mortar retail establishments where dogs, cats, or rabbits are sold. And specifically, we excluded a person who breeds and sells animals on his residential property is not considered to be a pet shop.
I guess my real question is, why is that not included in the bylaw?
Because usually people who breed animals on residential property, they are not puppy mills. They have nothing to do with pet shops. And bylaw regulates only pet shops.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
Any additional public comments or questions? Right, seeing none, I would like to close public comment and bring it to advisory. My recommendation would be that we do the same thing as we did for the last article, which was to make a motion for no recommendation. But I would like to hear if anybody has an alternate opinion.
Steve, I have a question. My version of the article doesn't have in mortar description within the pet shop definition, nor the exception C that was on the slide. Do I have an outdated version of the actual article? Because it's defining pet shop as a retail establishment with no brick and mortar additional definition or the exception for the backyard breeder. So is this the actual article, or do I have an older version that hasn't been updated?
We have an older version. We made some adaptation which reflect the interests of our community. We have a lot of farmers which probably breed animals on their properties for sale. And we made changes like in brick and mortar retail establishments is commercial facility, usually located in the center of the cities. And also we specifically excluded private breeders who breed on residential properties. So it's the same question. There are some changes which we included, and we'll be trying to bring them to the and make these changes on the floor during the town meeting. This is the only opportunity to add these changes.
Okay, that's very helpful. Changes on the floor are challenging, but those changes would alter my opinion of this, because I don't want to prohibit the recreational breeding for profit motives from the backyard breeders, because there are many that do it ethically and for a purpose beyond abusing the animals.
Of course.
Any other advisory comments or questions?
I do have a question. I'm a little confused at this point. The original article, which is the only one that really exists right now, absent some suggested changes on the floor at town meeting, the original article did or did not contain a provision that said private breeding was okay?
I don't think the original article did, but we made these changes and we submitted to advisory board and to select board. And technically, there is another version which is circulated in town hall.
But if I recall, it was not that private breeding was not allowed. It was just that there was potentially some lack of clarity as to whether it was possible that private breeders could be brought in. And so
private breeders have nothing to do with this bylaw, so it affects only pet shops.
Right.
And there's no even intention to regulate private breeders because there's no any purpose to do this.
So I think, am I correct to go to Peter's question? I think, Peter, you were suggesting that you felt strongly if there had been some sort of prohibition on private breeding in the original warrant article. And I think Larissa is saying, no, there was never an intent to include private breeding. It's just that some people thought maybe the wording was a little unclear. And so you want to clarify that. Is that correct, Larissa?
I think so, yes. We just wanted to adapt it, to adapt the needs of our community because it's a rural community which has many private breeders.
Right.
So
Any more advisory comments?
If you want to allow private breeders in town, though, I guess what I'm getting at, if you want to allow private breeders in town, that does not mean that you need to vote against this article. Correct?
It's in my understanding that this article would benefit private breeders because, you know, if the pet shop comes to the town, it will provide significant competitions to all people who breed on their properties.
And can I add something just to bring your procedurally, Steve, from my time on advisory? I know in the past when we voted on citizen articles, we vote on what is on the, you're voting whether or not to support or make no recommendation on what the article is today. And what we voted on this warrant already, and we have a signed warrant, and this is what the article says. So I think as an advisory, you guys should think about voting on what the article states now. You can change your opinion once there's a amendment made at town meeting.
Okay. Mary Wolf, do you have something?
Mary,
you are muted currently, Mary.
Still muted.
Sorry again. I should know better. I just wanted to say that because this is a citizen's petition that has been endorsed by citizens, at least 12, when they signed that, they signed the original language. Therefore, no change can be made to the article prior to an amendment that would be offered on the floor at town meeting.
That's correct. But we
have told this to Larissa already.
Okay. So essentially what we're saying here is that the petitioner has an amendment. The amendment can only be carried on the floor at town meeting. So our only option currently is to vote on this article language as it currently exists in the warrant. So, I mean, I guess we're still on the advisory discussion portion right now. So I guess the question becomes, would we prefer to vote no action on this currently, and then in our write-up just say that we understand that there is an amendment and that's why we're voting no action, because this is not the final version of the article. And then I suppose we could either alter our vote at town meeting or simply not change it and let the motions happen as needed on town meeting floor.
I think it would be less confusing for the voters if we treated both of these articles similarly. So I would be prepared to make a motion that we not make a recommendation on this one either.
I agree.
I agree too. We should do the same thing we did on the last one and take a vote.
Let's do it.
Super. All right. That was advisory comment period.
Steve,
Closing
let
that.
Steve, can I just
Yeah,
say something here? This is a little trickier here, at least from my perspective, because if we take no action,
No recommendation.
or no recommendation, and then it's going to be a battle of the language modifications at the last article at 5 o'clock on that Saturday that we're meeting, or whenever it is. So I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by not providing some clear path for the voters, and by passing off something not written that reflects the intention of the petitioners, and then having it be hashed out by, and we've seen this happen, on the spot changes to the language, then you can have anyone change the language. And that becomes interesting and unproductive, I believe.
I guess what I would say is, I believe no matter what we do, there's going to be amendment on the floor on this article on at town meeting, and nothing that we do right now is going to alter that. All that we can do is make that process easier or harder, or I suppose less confusing or more confusing. That would be my thoughts about this. So we could certainly build into our motion that we're making no recommendation. I don't know, acknowledging that there's an intent to amend this on town meeting floor or something. I don't know, but still, I would be in agreement with the rest of advisory so far that we should do the same thing as last time, which is to make no recommendation on this article.
Steve, can we get a chance to deliberate before you guys vote?
Yeah, because we're still we haven't had the second public comment period yet.
So I would just like to clarify, like for me, this is similar to the previous article. Actually, a little bit different as well. Like, well, we don't like the cruel treatment of animals, but we're setting in place an article that is kind of narrow and prevents the sales of certain type of animals in a certain type of facility, but no others. I always worry about bylaws that have unintended consequences. Like, for example, diamond. There are blood diamonds, but there are places where you can buy diamonds that are, certified non-blood diamond, I think. Right. So, similarly here, I'm a little bit, again, I absolutely don't want the cruel treatment of animals, right? But is this the right way to prevent that? I'm not qualified to answer that question. But I just wanted to explain, like, if I do vote no action, that is the reason. It's not, again, it's not that I don't support the intent. It's just that oftentimes they're not. When we put laws, sometimes they have unintended consequences, and in many cases they don't achieve necessarily the intent. So that's my concern. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other advisory comments? All right, I'd like to reopen public comment. Any additional public comments? Right. Seeing none. Yes, go ahead, Larissa.
All right, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
I want to say, you probably would say most efficient way would be just to close the whole state of Massachusetts to puppy mill supporting businesses. And unfortunately, that's not always possible, because puppy mills it's a multi-million business, and they have a lot of lobbies. And moving with the communities it would probably be the only way to eventually, somehow to say no to this cruel businesses. That's my response to you.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So, I mean, is there a way, like, and this is, I know it's too late, we're not going to change this, but like, is there a way to differentiate between animals that come from badly treated versus non-badly treated? Because that's really what's at the heart of this, right? As opposed to just banning the sales of animals in, certain type of animals in certain type of facility. I'm just curious. I know this is the public comment section, so just curious.
I mean, I guess I can, Larissa, if I can just try to answer that. Again, I'll say that I am speaking vaguely in my capacity as a citizen and a veterinarian, but no, you cannot categorically differentiate between an animal that was well treated or poorly treated in its breeding. There are good responsible breeders. There are also irresponsible backyard breeders. This bylaw would not differentiate between those two, but there's basically no such thing as a responsible puppy mill. Categorically, generally speaking, puppy mills are going to be selling to retail pet store establishments, and vice versa, retail pet store establishments are going to be purchasing their stock from puppy mills. Most backyard breeders are trying to get the full cost of their puppies, so the full price rather. So they're not going to sell to a middleman and get less money for their puppies. So the idea behind these types of laws is to hit the category where you are most likely to get the animals that are coming from puppy mills and not inadvertently stop responsible breeders. We aren't catching the irresponsible breeders, that is true, but that's kind of, nothing is ever 100% effective. Does that answer your question, Wasim?
Yes, sounds like a business opportunity to me.
Any additional public comments or questions?
I have one, just maybe a little clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
I just think that the idea is that if you buy directly from the breeder, you're able to see the situation where the puppies are. You're able to see the parents, or at least the mother. And, hopefully if it's a nasty place, you wouldn't buy the puppy. And I believe, this law, by banning them from pet stores, if you go to a pet store, you have no idea where the puppy came from, or kitten or rabbit. But if you go directly from the breeder, at least you have an idea, of the conditions and the way the animal was raised.
That's absolutely
Thank
correct. That's true. And usually pet stores never buy directly from puppy mills. They usually use intermediate broker. This way, dissociating the consumer from the puppy mills breeding facility. And if you ask any pet store where the animals come from, they usually say they will never provide you the information where it came from. They usually say we obtain the animals from the brokers. And they can provide you with anything, with pedigrees, and well, every dog can have pedigree. So, but you will never know where they come from. That's the main differences between private breeders and puppy mills.
Thank you. All right, in the interest of time, I am going to close public comments unless anybody has very vigorous need to say anything more. And I will hand over to Eric Johnson for select board deliberation.
Thank you very much, Sam. All right, I'll open up. Does anyone have any initial thoughts and comments on this?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Paul.
So I have a couple of thoughts. First, the article as written is not acceptable to me because of the failure to have the exemptions that are referred to but they're not here and they're not before me, and I don't have the language in a way that I could evaluate it. So it's all, my second comment would be that I think it's not a good idea in these COVID-19 times to have this proponent come forward with a 3-page single space amendment for a new article to be substituted for this at town meeting. We want to have an efficient town meeting. We want people to come and go and know what they're voting on, and to have like an information session on television where a lot of these issues get aired in advance and so on. I don't like the idea of amendments being made that aren't in the advisory committee's report and that haven't been fully disclosed to the public in advance. So since this is unacceptable, and since there are amendments out there, I would respectfully request that the proponents decide if they're going to go forward with this or not. And if they're going to go forward with this, that they prepare a sheet of paper that says amendments that are like 2 or 3 lines each, and send it to the Board of Selectmen and certainly to advisory. And then when we have a chance to have the whole picture in front of us, if the language is a good language, then I may be able to support it. But right now I feel that we have a responsibility to the voters to tell them not to vote for this version. If we're at the end of a long afternoon and people are in a hurry and they're saying, well, this is good, this makes sense, let's vote it, and we don't have the language cleaned up, we could be stuck with a bad article and a bad bylaw. And there's just going to be confusion, and who knows whether the voters are going to stay all the way to the end of where this article comes up. We have a reduced quorum, et cetera, et cetera. It's just a recipe for disaster. So first, I think the board should defer taking a position on this article, or to take the position that this particular article should be not adopted and leave it up to the proponent whether they want to go forward or not. And if they do want to go forward, give us the amendment. And by us, I don't mean circulating it in town hall. I want to see an amendment sent to me by the town administrator that has the words that are the proposed amendment. Again, maybe with the amendment that this would be acceptable, but right now it's not.
Can I make a motion to take that? I recommend no action on this article.
I would like to hear. I would like, yes, okay, I'll take that. I'll take that motion, but I still want to open, keep on for discussion. Jeff, did you have anything to add?
You're muted, Jeff.
Jeff, you muted.
I was going to second George's motion. That's all.
Okay. So, you know, I actually support that as well. And there's a couple reasons. One, for what Paul said, it's a very long, complicated article. I think this is more of a gray zone subject matter. I think with the fur, you're selling new fur and you're not selling new fur. But I think there's a gray zone somewhere between like a puppy mill and a legit breeder. And so in some ways, I know when the advocate came to us before, we actually said, look out for those things that are unnecessarily regulated, such as farms, and they wrote in some exceptions, but then other things aren't regulated, like, and maybe Steve can correct me on this. From what I understand, one of the real threats right now is actually unethical breeding practices online with like Craigslist and stuff like that. And I don't think that would get addressed here. So, you know, it's one of those things where I think it's so difficult to, I think all of us pretty much agree with it. I think it's difficult to regulate, difficult to draw that line where it is. And it's also something where the, it's to use a bad term, it's a dying breed, pet shops are. They're simply just you don't see them anymore. There's a fewer and far between. They were pretty common when I was a kid. They really were. And I think just right now, the free market is kind of self-taking care of this, and people are becoming more knowledgeable about proper beating practices and, and so on. So I'm also inclined, not to support this. So we have a motion and a second to take no action or not recommend.
Take no action.
It would be
I recommend the citizens take no action. I'm voting against this article.
Okay. So the select board does not recommend. The select board, because we recommend. Okay. Does not recommend it. Okay.
This is about supporting it.
This is about supporting the article, not.
Yeah, not supporting it. So it's not one to say. It's not like the neutral one where like we don't.
No, this is a clear no.
Have an opinion. Okay. Okay. All in favor, George.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Paul.
I do not support this article as written, so I vote aye.
Okay. And I am aye as well. Okay. So I'll take that as the select board report, April 10th, 04040.
Thank you. Before I open the advisory voting session, I guess I have another legal procedural question for Paul or whoever can answer. With the amendment, because this is a citizen's petition, would we not have the option of essentially including the amendment within our motion?
Yes.
Is that correct? All right. So the only option for amendment would actually be an amendment on the floor.
No, you have the option of including the amendment. Let's say you're voting favorable action on this. You can include the amendment in your motion.
I see. But we would not, we probably, would we have an option to make no recommendation, but still amend it?
I would suggest you do that for this reason. Please, let's not make a mess out of town meeting. We still have COVID-19. You don't want this kind of a lengthy article to be going back and forth with amendments and people trying to handle paper and look at screens and they can't see the screens and the sun's too bright, whatever. If you could get that language and at least say in your comments, whatever action you take, but in your discussion, say they are proposing an amendment. Here's the amendment that they are proposing. So that you do them the courtesy of distributing it to the voters. You're doing a courtesy not only to the proponents, but to the voters and to everybody who's going to be attending town meeting. Because then everything's there in your report and people can make sense out of it.
And I think we're doing that for Article 14, right?
Yes.
Where we have an amendment and we're including that in the advisory report.
Excuse me, can I say a few words? We submitted the amendment to the town moderator. We submitted the amendment to advisory board, and we submitted this amendment to select board 3 times during this time. So you're supposed to have the amended version of the language.
Not in the materials.
So 3 separate submissions with the amended. So
it was not in the materials given to us for this meeting.
Then you should look better because we did submit everything to the, from just maybe months ago, and town moderator has an amended form, and advisory board has an amended form, and select board also has an amended form. Original form will together with amendments.
Thank you, Mary.
What was submitted to me, Larissa submitted an amendment, but I informed her that because this was a citizen's petition that had been signed before the amended language was added, that it cannot, the article itself cannot be changed, and that if she wished to amend, she would have to do that on the floor of town meeting.
That's true.
I'm just asking Mary, not for the article be changed. The article stays the way that it is. I'm just saying the advisory committee can do everybody a courtesy by in their comments. Let's say they take no recommendation. They put under their discussion that there's an intended amendment. Here's what the intended amendment is. This is not part of the article. it would be part of their commentary on why they got to the position that they got to, as a courtesy to the voters.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, Paul. I just wanted to, and I don't disagree with that. I just wanted to be clear because Larissa had said that she had submitted the amended article to the moderator. I just wanted it to be clear that the moderator then responded that she can't amend the article except on town floor, because the article had already been signed by 12 or more supporters. And it can't be changed in the warrant.
Thank you. So I think, we're on the advisory voting session now. And so I guess that's basically in deference to Paul DeRensis. How do we feel about that action where effectively we make once again a no recommendation, but do include the text of the amendment within our advisory write-up, essentially for the benefit of all the town meeting voters who will receive that in the mail before town meeting happens. And then it will be in the motion and the vote on the floor. There would not need to be an amendment, I think, according to what Paul is saying. And again, I suppose I apologize to advisory for not having circulated the amendment. I predicted a lot of things about today. This particular scenario was not one that I predicted. I just assumed that a citizen's petition could not be changed, so it was going to have to get amended on the floor anyways. But we do have that option, I guess, that we can incorporate the amendment language into our write-up and into our motion, which can still be a no recommendation, thereby passing on that motion to the town meeting floor. So how does advisory feel about that? And I'm sorry, Mary, you have your hand up. Is that still just up from before, or did you have more to say?
No, I had more to say.
Okay.
The article would, regardless of advisory's recommendation on how they might feel about this, and including the language in their report, the article would still need to be amended from the floor. Would it not, Paul? I think that would be correct, right?
If there's no motion by advisory, let's assume they vote no recommendation, then the motion is going to be made by the citizen. And the citizen doesn't have to make the exact same motion as the warrant article. The citizen can include in the motion some difference.
I see.
Anybody can make any citizen can make a motion under that article. It doesn't have to be word for word. So all I'm saying is if this poor woman has to get up and try to explain to the voters, I'm changing in the 5th line on the 4th page, you have to take out this word. She try to explain all that. We'll be there for an hour.
Right. I understand what you're saying now. I thought you meant, so you're all premising that all on the idea that advisory takes no position as opposed to being for or against, correct?
Yes, but if advisory wants to move favorable action, they can say favorable action on the condition that the following amendments are included within this motion.
Right.
And
but then she'd have to.
But Paul, I don't think advisory is going to recommend favorable action on this, right? I think that advisory, I'm going to guess our choices are no action or no recommendation. Can we still include the text of the amendment within our write-up to mail out to everybody if we're actually making no recommendation or no action?
I'm suggesting the answer is yes, and you could just say, as a courtesy to the citizens, just like we put an article on the warrant that was put on the warrant as a courtesy to the citizens. So you can extend that courtesy to them and say, we understand they are going to make this amendment. And while it's a courtesy to them, it's a courtesy to every attendee at town meeting. It will make things so much easier and make the town meeting so much shorter, and therefore make it safer for all of us.
All right. So I think that a proposal that I would have for advisory would be that essentially we take the text of the amendment and incorporate that into our write-up, essentially as a courtesy to everybody involved, but we still make a motion for no recommendation. Ultimately, that amendment would still have to happen on the floor, but everybody would have had it in their hands well before town meeting, and hopefully there would be less confusion about it. Does that sound about right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, just nuance. Can I just clarify one thing? Would the motion say it is our understanding that an amendment will be made on the floor? That amendment is incorporated here for your review, and advisory makes no recommendation on either the original article or this new amended article. I just don't want people to be confused about what advisory is making no recommendation on.
Yeah, I would say yes, because I would say regardless, we need to make no recommendation on the original article, because if we make a recommendation of no action, then that motion would still need to get voted at town meeting prior to anything else happening. So it would have to be. So if we do no recommendation, then the motion would carry on to the floor. Whereas if we vote no action on the article as written, because I don't believe we can actively amend that article since it's a citizen's petition. But we can essentially still make it no recommendation, still carries to the floor. An amendment is going to happen, but instead of everybody handing out flyers at town meeting and people trying to read it for the very first time, they will have had it in their advisory report, which was mailed to them, weeks before. So essentially, we are doing this again, like Paul said, as a courtesy.
My view of this is that if we take no recommendation, it will adversely impact town meeting. I believe it's our duty to weigh in and vote on the language of the article, which is not the intent of the petitioner. So I'm leaning towards no action, and the write-up will provide the courtesy amendment that will be presented.
So can I suggest something? This has gone on too long. I'm going to vote no action. I would recommend, for everybody's benefit, that the petitioner pull the article. And there's likely going to be another meeting this fall. You'll have another opportunity to have clean language that everybody can understand, and it's a simple yes or no vote. That's my recommendation.
I think that's an excellent recommendation, Brendan, because people won't know what they're voting on.
I agree. But Larissa has to decide to pull it, right?
Yes. So Larissa, can I ask that question of you? Would you be willing to pull this article out of this town meeting with the understanding that you would submit the amended version at the next town meeting, which may actually happen this fall rather than next year?
Do I have to respond right now?
I'm afraid that you do have to respond, because we, as advisory, have to take a vote on this article right now.
Well, we
Yes.
can vote,
Yes.
right? She doesn't have to decide at this moment. We could vote, and then before town meeting, if she decides to pull it, then wouldn't that just be an announcement that the moderator would make at the town meeting?
I suppose that's true, yes. So we would just vote no action. But at the town meeting, the moderator could simply announce that the petitioner has withdrawn this article.
Well, the only thing I would say though is that if it may be advantageous, Larissa, I think it may be advantageous if you say now that you intend to withdraw it. And the reason I say that is that if we're not sure if you're going to withdraw it and we vote no action today, then the town may think that we are, affirmatively saying no to your article, whereas we just did no recommendation on the previous article. And that may send a different signal than what we really intend to send. So I think if you were to tell us today you were going to pull the article, then do we still have to, how would that work? Do we still have to take a vote today if you would announce to us today that you're pulling the article?
That's Jane, that's what we did. That's what we did last year. A petitioner withdrew an article, but we still voted no action on it. And in our write-up, our explanation was that the petitioner has withdrawn it. I think the same thing would apply here, that in our write-up, our explanation could indicate that the petitioner has withdrawn this article, and we could include with the intent to amend the article for clarity for potential submission at a future town meeting. That way it's clear that we didn't necessarily vote no action because we just disagree with the entire premise, but just that this one's going to come back again.
And then
Jeff,
there would be
yeah,
no
something to say?
vote on record, Larissa, that, advisory had voted no action.
Okay, that's fine.
I think we would still have to vote no action because
Yes,
it's
but
on the
for a
warrant
different
now,
reason,
right?
I guess. It wouldn't be for a
Right,
substantive.
but our reasoning would be different, correct? Yes.
Right.
Jeff?
I guess I like Jane's and Brendan's points. I'm wondering if you vote no action, though, this is more procedural. Do the voters then have to defeat the no action and then make a new motion? If she doesn't pull it and you vote no action, when we get to town meeting, do we have to vote to defeat the no action recommendation and then vote on a new recommendation or not?
I
Mary
believe
may
so.
know.
I think what we're
Mary's
yeah,
on.
I'll
Mary-
try to answer, but I do think that what we're doing right now is sort of asking for non-binding cooperation from the petitioner that says, in
Yeah.
everybody's best interest, we're going to do this if you do that. She can, of course, choose to change her mind and push it forward at town meeting, and then procedurally it would get complicated and it would have defeated the whole purpose of this, but it is the
Yeah.
petitioner's prerogative if that's what she wants to do.
That's what I'm asking, but Mary might be able to correct what I
Yeah,
misstated.
go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, so I thought I just heard Larissa say that she was withdrawing it, but if she did not and you vote no action today, then at town meeting, that would be the motion you would make. And if people wanted to, then it would be a negative. The positive vote would be to take no action. And if people wanted to move ahead with the article, then amendments, they would have to defeat that negative motion first and then offer a positive motion that might or might not contain amendments.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think the
I would
idea
rather
is that,
withdraw this article, yes.
all right, thank you. So I believe the
Right, I hear
petitioner would
Mary
rather
Lou.
withdraw. And so I will now ask for a motion from advisory regarding Article 19.
I move no action on grounds that the petitioner is withdrawing the article.
Second,
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Can I get any discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call a vote. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basley,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
Aye.
We did lose Steve Leahy, but I am also an aye. The motion passes 8-0. All right. And with that, I believe that is the conclusion of the public hearing. Can I get a motion from advisory to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Jane Matarazzo,
Aye.
Peter Galatano,
Aye.
Brendan Daly,
Aye.
Wasim Basili,
Aye.
Natalie Weir,
Aye.
Mark Albers,
Aye.
Drew Kashal.
I'm gonna say aye, and Steve, I'm gonna commend you on your running the meeting today. I thought
We went a little further than I wanted to, but thank you.
I would.
I'm an aye as well. And
I'll make
motion
a motion to
passes.
adjourn
And we are
I'll make a
we are
motion to
adjourned at
this board
5:49.
meeting.
All right, motion by George. I have a second.
Second.
Second by Jeff. All in favor? George,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Paul.
I'm going to go with aye and also want to compliment Steve Sy for a great meeting. He did a wonderful job running a very long meeting. Well done. As you did. You did a nice job running this meeting, Eric.
Good night, everybody.
It's such a good meeting. I'm gonna vote nay. So
And the whole advisory
But before you leave, I have to adjourn the planning board meeting. The planning board meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Great job, advisory.
absolutely good job, Steve. Absolutely.
Thank you.